There's various end-time prophecies coming true around us. It seems like people aren't paying enough attention. This particular sign is linked to the 4 horsemen described in the book of Revelation. These figures are starting to reveal signs of their presence and the effects they'll have on Earth. You don't need to look too far back. Just consider the events of the past 5 years worldwide.
End times. Mention God, they gon' disregard. Say something pleasing to their flesh and it's gon' get applause. No palm reading, no crystal balls, no wishing stars, no picture cards. We were but we not switching squads. They gon' come against you in your mission lodge. They teamed up but we still winning against the odds. Setting snares for you, they hoping you slip and fall. And all of your get understanding, don't forget the cause. Don't miss the art, get on for your ship departs. Wise as serpents, gentle as doves. Don't be quick to talk, cause they gon' tell you what you need to hear. Just listen, great division, sheep and the goats. Just stay with the flocks. Councils took that word and it got ripped apart. Maccabees with red apocryphals, I think you skipped the part. Chapter 14, the second of Esdras. World leader slowly turning to Nebuchadnezzar's. World war, they say it's bombs over Tel Aviv. Flashback, shackles and chains. Ain't wanna let us read, cause in that Torah you might find out you a special seed and Mount Zion is the destination of your destiny. And we gon' speak the truth, long as we got breath to breathe. Nothing's impossible if you just believe. They say, how do you believe in what you never seen? He lives inside of me, he left his spirit when he left the scene. Woo! Had to let it breathe. Bible rap, get these nations all they idols back. Be set apart, dig deeper cause they hiding facts. It's time to come together with no pride attached.
We are aware of the shuffling of the stage in preparation for the greatest battle of all time. That will certainly take place in the years ahead.
Board the ark before he opened up the floodgates. Seeking the kingdom, it's only one way. Trust the Father and do what his Son say. Sheep amongst wolves, you can find us where it's unsafe. Pray I see it when he gather us in one place. Wilderness of the people like the prophet said. Bread of life, living water, make sure his flock is fed. Tell the lost sheep the truth, somebody got to say it. I got tunnel vision, cut off all distractions. Won't let these demons treat me like target practice. You don't walk with fruits of the spirit, you walking backwards. We study prophets, we see it before it happens. Soon as you press play, we gon' talk repentance. Can't do business if it ain't our business. All I got is faith and works, I'm non-religious. You may not believe it, but you gotta witness. If the world against me and Abba with me, I'm straight. Endure to the end, whatever it takes. Kingdom on the way, you ain't got long to wait. It's midnight. Mention God, they gon' disregard.
Sovereign one, ancient of days, set apart is your name, and humbly I seek your face. meet you face to face. Whoa, there's no place I'd rather be than to worship at your feet. Elohim, yeah. Oh, lead me to that sacred place where I meet you face to face. Just you and me, Father.
Free your mind, free your mind. Yeah, yeah. Free your mind, free your mind. Yeah, yeah. Can we free your mind, free your mind. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I feel the chains coming off me. I feel the chains coming off of me. Feel the chains coming off me. I feel the chains coming off of me. Feel the chains coming off me. I feel the chains coming off of me. Feel the chains coming off me. I feel the chains coming off.
Arrogance of the free slaves. What did they do when they took off the chain? The drama is never forgotten. Never fully rehabilitate from that kind of shit. Consider it a win. You ain't never know your pops and you ain't never know your kids. That being said, what they teaching to them kids if they separate tears? And even if they with them, their psychology has gotta be off by now. Their kids have had kids, you see. Their kids have had kids and their kids have had us. We're living proof of the mentality implanted in us now. We ain't identified the cancer that's damaging us. How we supposed to build from generation to generation like every other nation where history violently been erased. Placed with lies and loose ends. Women and strong men violently been raped. Why they exercising lust and the power to dominate? Choices of yesterday affecting the present day. Sorry to say that we're still slaves black. Now can you honestly say that you done never see what freedom look like? Despite what you may think in your mind, how can you identify something you never seen like freedom? How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? How can you identify something you never seen like one day we'll be free, one day we'll be free. I can see that one day we'll be free, one day we'll be free. I can see that one day we'll be free, one day we'll be free. I can see that, I can see one day we'll be free, one day we'll be free. How can you identify something you never seen, my brother? Like the love of one another before the fall. Identify something you never seen, like black people operating within unity. Before we boarded boats on the west coast of Africa, black bodies was being hung from trees, swinging in that summer breeze like decoration. What holiday did we get celebration? Before they called us sold and bought us at the auction, with the horses and the chicken that is picking cotton. What was it like to be a nation of just us? Before they gave us a white guard to give trust. Before we had a master and a heritage race. Before we had a false God erected in this place. Before we wouldn't out of education, cause the education bring about rebellion in the people. Before they gave us education like replacement of the language that I'm speaking to you right now, my people. Before they socially engineer my people with negative imagery and so listen to me and my people. I can't ever wonder what it must have been when Kunta was cool till he would kick you with that good foot. Kunta wasn't told me, they told me I'm free. I can identify something I never seen like freedom. I How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? Freedom. How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? Freedom. How can you identify something you never seen like freedom? Freedom. How can you identify something you never seen like one day we'll be free. 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 One day we'll be free.
Contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
Academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen.
What?
The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed.
Oh, my goodness.
With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were...
Let me rewind that.
The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery...
Rewind.
described the Pharisees as children.
Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Hit the like button for the algorithm, the so-called algorithm. Share the live. Let everyone know that we're on today. I greet you in the name of the Most High. I greet all of you in the name of the Most High and his son, YAHUAH HaMashiach. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you today. I don't take this opportunity lightly at all. Today we're going to be doing some studying. We're going to continue to study a continuation from yesterday's Shabbat. I want you to pay keen attention keen attention to a couple of things that you're about to hear. Oh my goodness, I had to rewind it so that you understand the mindset of how and why these people are so wicked. Okay? All right? Shalom again, and let's continue.
Children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai,
3 years old,
respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye."
Oh my God.
The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ, yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, "But that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view." What the Jewish encyclopedia provides us is a definitive overview of perhaps hundreds of rabbinic statements on any subject, giving us accurate summaries of what the Talmud generally teaches.
In its article on Gentiles, the Jewish encyclopedia begins to define what makes a Jew so different from a Gentile. According to the rabbis, only Israelites are men. Gentiles they class not as men, but as barbarians. Since Gentiles are not men in the fullest sense, so the Gentile is not a neighbor of a Jew. Further, since Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity, meaning too crude to be taken seriously, the Gentile was forever beneath the Jew. Gentiles were outlawed by God from the beginning and thus had no property rights. The Almighty offered the Torah to the Gentile nations also, but since they refused to accept it, he withdrew his shining legal protection from them and transferred their property rights to Israel, who observed his law. Since the Talmud outlawed the child, or issue of a Gentile, as that of a beast, a Gentile had as little legal rights in a Jewish court as did an animal. The Talmud states that if a Gentile sue an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Israelite. Conversely, if the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages. Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death. So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yohai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best of snakes ought to have its head crushed." Jews, however, are exalted beings in the Talmud, worthy of praise. Christ described the Pharisee who blessed himself, saying, "I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as other men." An eminent Talmudic rabbi says the same. "Blessed be thou, who hast not made me a goy," or Gentile. There is a special antagonism between the Talmud and Jesus. The Talmud attacks him everywhere it can, even his mother. Mary, the Talmud says, was a whore who mated with carpenters. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. It naturally followed that the scribes declared Christ to be a bastard. In its article on Jesus, the Jewish Encyclopedia says that Jewish writings defame Christ. It is the tendency of all these sources to belittle the person of Jesus by ascribing to him illegitimate birth, magic, and a shameful death. Jesus, according to this article, was considered one of the three worst enemies of Judaism who came to an ignoble end. The Talmud says they subjected him to 4 deaths: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling. The Talmud also says he is now in hell, punished with boiling hot excrement. What is Christ's advice as he speaks to us out of hell? The Jewish Encyclopedia quotes Jesus as telling us above all to bless the Jews. He says, "Further their well-being. Do nothing to their detriment. Whoever touches them touches even the apple of his eye." Christians, as followers of the false prophet Jesus, also deserve death. The Jewish Encyclopedia again recaps the Talmud's position. A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. The testimony of a Christian was not admitted in evidence in Jewish courts, and an Israelite who found anything belonging to one who was a Christian was forbidden to return it to him.
The Pharisees, through their Talmud, thus gave the Jews an ethic which encouraged bigotry and isolation. But it did worse than that. It invited persecution. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Babylon, growing weary of the self-righteousness and dishonesty of the Jews, expelled them to the west.
That's part of our faith. They had to read the Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people as a unique people, people of the book, as we called it. The people of the book not only knew the book, but read the book. The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did across Jewish communities. It never defined the end of knowledge. It never put an exclamation mark on truth. It was constantly questioning, expanding, growing, exchanging between communities, between great scholars and their students. It never ended. It was always iterative. This culture exploded when the walls of the ghetto went down. This same tradition, this same culture is part of us. It's deeply ingrained in our culture, in our thinking, in our traditions.
Israel's fight is our fight. We are one. We are united. We will not be discouraged. We will not be defeated. We will not be intimidated. We will not sit down. We will not be silent. We are the worst nightmare of the anti-Semites of the world. The victory is going to be ours.
Bunch of pedophiles.
Okay, good. I hope the Jews did kill Christ. I'd do it again. I'd fucking do it again in a second.
Leave. You need to. You can't come in here. This is not your house.
This is not your house. We killed Jesus. We're proud of it. Kill you. We're gonna kill you and the Palestinians. This is my house. This is my land. God gave it to me. And fuck you.
When they circumcise little boys, the rabbi actually puts his mouth around the penis and sucks the blood. I am not making this up. This is Talmudic Judaism, and this is what is being carried out in Israel. So for those who want to support Israel, especially the idiot Christian Zionists, my God, how stupid are you? These people hate Jesus Christ, and they definitely are using you like a bunch of idiot pawns for their own sick and twisted game. That is the reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, have mercy. Why can't I find that thing? Why can't I find that thing?
So in all of the Epstein files, what is the craziest email that you feel like everybody missed?
The most interesting email is this connection of the House of Rothschild to Jeffrey Epstein. Edmond de Rothschild, at the time, was facing a problem with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice was alleging that Edmond de Rothschild, the bank in Switzerland, was helping wealthy Americans dodge taxes. So what they decide is that they'll pay a fine. Now, to negotiate that settlement, they hire two individuals, Kathy Rumler and Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I think he will fine 45.5 penalty, that's 45.5 million. Legal, 10 million for legal fees to Kathy. Me, 25. All less than 80, pretty good. They paid 45.5 million to the Department of Justice. Epstein was paid 25 million to broker that deal. The reason why this puts it all together for me is you have the Rothschilds negotiating with the American Justice Department. Who do you hire? There are 10 law firms which you hire. You don't hire Jeffrey Epstein unless you're hiring him for a reason.
In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total.
Okay.
They have connection to this land.
Do they? If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense how do we know
ancestrally,
that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
So how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism?
He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. His family has fought for the land.
You're dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is where does this right come from? How do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
We, as a population on this planet, have been looking for a savior. 90% of people believe in a higher power, and every religion believes in some sort of messianic figure. And when this savior character actually comes to Earth, we want to make him abide by our rules. We have to understand that this is a paradigm shift. We have to start thinking beyond politics.
Are there any moral constraints on this person? We have international law. On this earth, every act is a political act.
Is it really surprising that the most powerful man in the world should be a figure of controversy?
To have an individual engaging in these state-level interventions should give us all pause.
Human beings have a horrible track record of following people of great power down paths that led to huge human atrocities.
We have always created icons in our own image. What we've done is we project ourselves onto him. The fact is, maybe he's not some sort of devil or Jesus character. Maybe he's just a guy trying to do the right thing.
We're talking about a being whose very existence challenges our own sense of priority in the universe. And you go back to Copernicus, where he restored the sun in the center of the known universe, displacing Earth. And you get to Darwinian evolution, and you find out we're not special on this Earth, we're just one among other life forms. And now we learn that we're not even special in the entire universe because there is Superman. There he is, an alien among us.
You're looking for your savior.
Are you, as a United States Senator, personally comfortable saying to a grieving parent, Superman could have saved your child?
Here comes the white Jesus.
We did not want him to act.
I'm not saying he shouldn't act. I'm saying he shouldn't act unilaterally.
What are we talking about here then? Must there be a Superman?
There is.
He's come out of nowhere and we don't know who he is.
What do we know about him?
He's leading desperate people.
So this is a cult?
We don't know who he's associated with. He could be creating an army. Or he could be leading them to their death.
What were you doing in Syria? Delivering a message. A message for whom? My father. And who is your father?
We've lost it.
What do you mean?
He just disappears.
No one just disappears.
We all witnessed a miracle.
He saved my daughter's life.
You need to see this.
Bury it for as long as you can. He didn't just click his heels and end up here. He clearly had help. You get around Syria, Israel, Texas.
It's the nature of my work.
And what is that work?
God's work.
Who do you think he is?
You didn't see what I saw.
And if I did, would I be calling him the second coming?
How far will this new movement spread?
I'm going to find out everything about you.
This is bigger than what you can imagine.
Contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
Shalom, 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 shalom. I greet you in the name of the Most High, YAHUAH, and his son, Yahushua HaMashiach. In him we live, we move, and we have our being. Blessed be the name of the Most High, Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. It's good to be back with you again. All right? We're going to be doing this a couple of times this week, and then we'll take a break. All right? I'm just so happy. I'm just so grateful that I get to fellowship with all of you. All right? Don't take this for granted at all. So a wonderful Shabbat, a wonderful Shalom to all of my family here in the Caribbean, especially those who are here in Antigua, in St. Kitts. Hey, y'all hear that the biggest, one of the biggest U.S. ships has arrived in St. Kitts this morning. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Huh? Y'all hear the the ships are in the Caribbean. Shalom to my family in St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Vincent, Jamaica, Tortola, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana. Did I say Grenada? The US VI, British VI. Shalom to my family in Central America, Brazil, Panama, Argentina. Shalom to my family in the United Kingdom. Shalom to my family in the United States. My big family, United States. All right. Shalom to my family in the motherland, back in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Benin. Wherever you're watching the More from. The Philippines, Canada. I greet you in the name of the Most High Yah. It's a pleasure to have you. Pleasure to have all of you. Tamara, Sister Corrine, Sister Celia. Of course, my beautiful wife is here, Angelique. Who else is there? Who else is there? Patrick, right? What's up, Ak? Right? Who else is in the chat early with me today? Right? A shout out all of you, right? Elise Broody, Miss Ambrose, right? Right. So it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to have all of you here. Wonderful to have all of you here. All right. Is 2 ships in the Caribbean? 2 ships in the Caribbean? Oh boy, oh boy. I tell you though. I wonder what really going on. I don't want to get sidetracked from the lesson today, but I'm going to see if I can tie in everything. Because their time is up. Their time is up. And they're making moves, they're making plans, and they're making demands of us. Right? Let me see now. Let me see if this thing pop up. Yeah, man. All right. Let me see if I can cut to this guy right here quickly. Because this is going to be very important for the lesson today as well. We're going to continue the unknown God part 2. The unknown God part 2. The cult of Baalbylon. The cult of Baalbylon. Let me just see what this guy has to say. I listen to him a lot as well. From St. Kitts.
Breaking news coming out of the Eastern Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis, and the United States of America. Today, the U.S. warship has docked in the Caribbean nation of St. Kitts and Nevis ahead of the CARICOM summit that is scheduled to be held in Bastille, St. Kitts, starting next week. Well, this week, Tuesday to Friday. Now, ahead of the summit, today, early this morning, a massive U.S. warship docked in the capital city of Bastille, St. Kitts, where the CARICOM summit will be held. Now, remember I said several days ago that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is expected to make an appearance. Well, this has been confirmed today by the U.S. warship in St. Kitts to provide security and to intimidate the leaders of CARICOM, because they're going to drive all around and they're going to do tours. They're going to go down to the cruise terminal. Now that warship is massive because there are cruise ships docked in the port in Bastille, St. Kitts, and the warship is right next to them, and The warship is like 5 times or more bigger than a cruise ship. Massive, my friends. Saw the pictures this morning, and this is the tourism, in the heart of the tourism season in the Caribbean, and the US is carrying out its own policy. Now, what will Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, say to CARICOM leaders next week, this week? What will he say to them? I will tell you what will he say to them. He will say, you all will obey me, obey the USA, and this is the United States policy for the Caribbean, and I want all of you to carry out the US policy and interests in the Caribbean region. So starting this week, Marco Rubio will speak to the Caribbean leaders in St. Kitts and Nevis about what the US policy is going forward. And he will make demands to the Caribbean leaders about Cuba, Venezuela, and other US policies that are ongoing in the Caribbean. Now, we would have seen what happened in the Caribbean region with Venezuela and now Cuba. Cuba is in crisis, my friends. Crisis. And Marco Rubio and the United States of America, the president led by Donald J. Trump, is hell-bent on destroying the economy in Cuba. Now, what will Caribbean leaders do? What will they say tomorrow?
Not a thing.
My friends, this is a chance for them to say to Marco Rubio, this is our policy and this is what we are going to do. And this is what we want. But we know that it is unfortunate that Caribbean leaders are afraid of the United States of America. Why are they afraid?
Punky.
They would have seen what happened to Venezuela.
Well,
a massive country, powerful nation. Overnight, the US carried out a military strike in Venezuela, went in and took out the leader. The leader, Nicolas.
Hey, you know, Mexico recently just landed a massive ship in Cuba with aid, food, medicine, and brought fuel to Cuba. Mexico. Hey, they say, you want to know who your friends are? Get in trouble. Instead of being up, be down. And you're going to really know who's there for you. Up to now, nothing is being said by none of the Caribbean leaders as to how they're going to assist and help Cuba. And Cuba has been there for us, through thick and thin. Make any hurricane come in the Caribbean, they send help. Any eye doctors, any nurses, they send. But because America have its foot on our neck, we can't say nothing. We send them home. All the nurses and the doctors. Bad enough you send them home, you know. Not one aid package. I hear all Julius Malema in all the way in South Africa talking about we need to go get some money together to send down to go help Cuba. Mexico helping Cuba. And we are the next door neighbors in their time of need. Not a word. I tell you all, this white magic serious, you know. Oh, boy. This white magic serious, you know. Now the ships are coming to the Caribbean. They tell us, mind your business, to the line, and do what we say. Ah, boy.
Nicolas Maduro is now in jail.
They're afraid.
In America. And for weeks, we haven't heard anything about Nicolas Maduro. So the Caribbean leaders would have seen firsthand the strength of the United States of America. So they do not want to rock the boat. They know Donald Trump is an erratic president. He wake up one morning and bam, executive order. He doesn't do any long talking, long meetings. He just makes an order. And Caribbean leaders know this. So this is why they are walking on eggshells, my friends. And this is why they are not going to say to America that what it is doing is wrong in the Caribbean. Caribbean leaders are not going to do it.
My, that is a shame. That is a burning shame. Oh my goodness. Huh? That is a burning shame. Wait 1 second here, fam. Let me do a little housekeeping here. 1 sec. Alright. 1 sec. Alright. There you go. Should repopulate there. Alright. Yes, fam. That's a burning, burning shame. And history is not going to absolve us of this one. No, sir. Huh? Not going to absolve us of this one. I don't know how we gonna get out of this one. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yes. So, today's lesson is entitled The Unknown God, the Cult of Balaam. The Cult of Balaam, Part 2. I took the time, some of you are late, to show exactly what these people who practice the Canaanite religion, what they believe in terms of their Talmud. Did I hear right? Y'all saw a documentary a while ago? That it's okay for a priest to rape a child under 3 years old? This is how these people think? This is what they teach their children growing up? Did I hear right? That if you kill somebody by accident, especially if it's a goyim, a Gentile, it's no big deal? Did I hear right? Did I hear that they eat the foreskin? Oh, yeah. Of babies. And drink the blood during circumcision. Look, you can't even repeat some of them stuff here, man. Did I hear right? How many of you, be honest, when you were going to church and you were reading Leviticus, it didn't make much sense to you? How many of you, before you realize that we was a chosen seed of Yasharal, used to think, boy, them Jews, them Jews in Leviticus must be really sick, boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That Abba have to keep on writing them kind of laws about no sleep with your auntie and no watch your auntie naked and then your cousin this and you sleep with your sister and you what kind of mad you might probably think you might have some more morals and dignity and decorum than they. I'm here today to tell you. Abba wrote those laws because of all the wickedness that was in the land from these sons of Cain, who later became our arch rival, our arch nemesis, a proverbial thorn in our flesh, the Canaanites. Don't let nobody fool you. It's them. It's them. That's our number one enemy. I'm going to prove it to you today. I'm going to show you today. Ah, boy. These people have been practicing this Talmud from time immemorial. Look, the Talmud go all the way back to Nimrod. Oh, boy. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that. The Talmud go all the way back to Nimrod. The Talmud had some different names, you know. The Talmud just get modified. They put in some more scriptures in there. Thief some of our scrolls. And put in some stuff in there and mix it up with a nasty religion. It's the same thing Christianity did when they put in the pagan stuff and mixed it up with our Torah. Huh? But the Talmud used to go by different names. Huh? The Talmud used to be called the Devil's Bible. Oh, boy. It used to be called the Kabbalah. Used to be called Kabbalah. And these Kabbalists, these Satanists, these Talmudists have one thing in common. They all are of the synagogue of Satan. Oh my goodness. They so know each other. They so love each other. They all have a code, a symbol, a signia. You see that star? That they want to claim is David. You can't go nowhere in the Bible and see no star David. You go see a key. But you see that star, that pentagram? You go find that in the Talmud, in the Satanist doctrines, and both in Kabbalah. Ah, boy. I gotta tell you about this white magic today. Oh my goodness. Huh? No. It's not for us to fear anything from them, you know, because we serve the one true and living God. His name is YAHUAH, and we make no apologies for it. No apologies for it. And we're going to establish that Yah is the creator of all things, and he is in control of all things, and nothing takes him by surprise. The world is looking for a savior. Oh, boy. The world is looking for Messiah. How many of you are shocked to learn that even in Islam and all these other religions that they have a Messiah? Everybody recognize AKA Jesus, you know, Yeshua, whatever they want to call him. And they have him down to a mere prophet. Not God. They have him down to a mere prophet. They have a rude awakening, you know. They have a rude awakening when they find out that he's God in the flesh. Huh? This, anywhere you go and you see stars, right down to the Rastaman, listen to me. Anywhere you go and you see stars, huh? Be careful. Be very aware. Satan has his, oh boy, Satan has his insignia, his symbolism. They refer to it as seagulls. It's seagull magic, witchcraft. To bring about demons and principalities and powers on the land. Hey, goodness. Yeah, stay with me now. Stay with me now. Stay focused. Stay focused. Huh? It's time for us to start to separate, huh? Who is wheat and who is tares. It's not our job, you know. But Abiyah said that we must discern. Discern the times. Huh? But the wheat and tares so mix up. Abiyah said it's the Malachians you have to come and do the sifting and the shifting and the separation. Because everybody has their version of the truth. And when you start to go deeper and look deeper, Tal, while this witchcraft mix up in this religion, Tal, is what all this darkness you want to bring into this light. When you start to look deeper what people really believe in, you know, huh? And what they want to portray as Yah's word or God's word, you're frightened, you know. For all these years, you see them so-called Jewish people walking around with in their black and their hats and their fake beard and whatever the case be. Oh boy, huh? Walking around the place and you wouldn't believe them people so wicked. The thought would never occur to you that these people so evil. You can't believe that you are doing business with a pedophile. You can't believe you're doing business with somebody that eat the blood. The so-called Illuminati. We're going to expose a lot today. The so-called Illuminati will want to let you believe that they have pre-programmed the times. And we read carefully, right, in the scriptures, especially in the apocalypse of Abraham, which we're going to continue today, that Abiyah is even in control of their deception. I'm going to expose a couple of the deceptions that they were trying to put on us this year. This very year. Huh? I want you to stay with me. We're going to watch a video together. We're going to watch a video together. All right? We're going to watch a video together. And I want you to pay close attention. Pay close attention to some of the things that have transpired in the past and some of the things that are looking to come. All right? Pay close attention. These people are inherently wicked. to the point where I'm convinced something is wrong with their bloodline. Right? I always have to caution my teaching by saying, I don't believe that all Caucasians are evil. I don't believe you go blanch and say, oh, all white men are the devil. No. No. I'm trying to separate those who would look to always want to see us dead. Always want to see us beneath and below. Huh? But unfortunately, it's too much of them. It's too much. And we have to call a spade a spade. We're getting to the point right now in our lives where racism is like that pimple that you had. It coming up, It coming up, it getting bigger now. And it's about to pop before the pus come out and all the nasty and the filthy things come to the surface. White supremacy, that bubble is being burst right now. And that control, oh boy, that the system had over us and people who look like us, is weaning. It's coming to a head. This is why America could have gotten nobody else but Donald Trump. He's the perfect president for this time. But the irony is that the white people per se, we're supposed to be keeping the eye on. We watch them, We watch them, Yes. We watch them. But who is supposed to be watching is the puppet masters controlling both races. Making us hate each other behind the scenes. And these are the people who have stolen your identity. These are the people who walk around talking about they're God's people and the people of the book. They're pure evil. And YAHUAH confronted them. Confronted them to their face and tell them, you are the synagogue of Satan. Your father is the father of lies. His works you go do. Now come to find out, is the same people alive today, their bloodline, that causing all the confusion in the world. And they're going to tell you to your face, we trace our heritage all the way back to Cain, and you don't believe. They tell you to their face, they are Canaanites. Oh boy, they're the cancer. They're the cancer that the devil used to make sure it turns any society into a depraved state so that Abia can come and destroy it and make it desolate. We don't preach hate on this channel. We hate sin. We hate sin. And we hate people who look, it's only now we can talk freely now because all them files coming out, They don't kick off my channel. Now all of a sudden, you can talk and tell the truth and we can show these videos clearly. Notice, I'm calling the Canaanites. If the cap fit, wear it. My issue, my beef is with the Canaanites. And we're going to hit this lesson hard today, man. Oh, boy. Hard today. They're the ones who start all these secret societies. They're the ones who start. I don't care if it's Skull and Bones. Come, y'all name them in the chat now. Y'all, come. Now me want to know these things now. Name them in the chat. Skull and Bones, the Jesuits, Knights of the Templar, the Templars, Illuminati. Come name them, man. All them secret society. What the woman one name? Huh? Eastern Star. Huh? The Rosicrucians, yes. Name them, man. Name them. Huh? Time to expose the truth. Expose them, man. Name them. Here. This one will shock you. Rotary Club. Lions Club. Uh-oh. Boy Scout. Uh-oh. Girl Scout. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. This one, you know more in now hold back nothing, right? This one you can hit you hard. Pathfinders. Oh no. Yes. Yeah, man. Alpha, Beta, Kappa, Nu. Yeah, man. Yeah. All these secret societies. The music industry. The movie industry. Hollywood. Boy. Maury, give me another secret society. The health industry, where these doctors take their Hippocratic oath. Maurice, stop it. Stop it. What, the WHO? The WEF? What happened? Huh? The Church of Nicaea. Oh boy. The Catholic Church. Huh? The Baptist Southern Convention. Huh? What happened? Orthodox Methodist. Wait, man. Wait. Stop it. But what do you mean all them secret society? Yo, ooh, boy. WordPress. Reuters. You know that place where everybody gets their news from? Hey, I pay large people, you know. The police. Oh, God. This not looking good. This not looking good. This not looking good. You're trying to tell me every single aspect of our society, every single aspect of our society, them people them run it? They've manipulated everybody and everything. They're the ones who start the wars. They're the ones who are taking care of us in one hand and killing us in the next. Ah, boy. Watch here.
How did World War I really end? Now that you know who controls our school system and how much they changed history, let's go back. How did World War I really end? Germany surrendered, suffering a huge loss with extreme consequences. They agreed to pay reparations that were impossible to pay and economically crippling for generations. Their military was dissolved, and they took on the blame and humiliation for the war. But why would the Germans even surrender a war that they were winning? Not a single enemy ever set foot on German land. The war was a stalemate with Germans in control. Negotiating a ceasefire would give them a bunch of benefits. Here's the truth. Germans did not surrender World War I. Another group of people took over the German government and surrendered it so that they can be in control of Germany after World War I. While all the German men were off at war fighting World War I to go and save their country and their people, the Jays largely did not enlist. They said they were Jays and not German, so why would they fight somebody else's war and for somebody else's country? While all the German men were away, they stayed back and took control over businesses and society. J lobbyist bankers and J influencers surrendered Germany, and Germany was handed over to J control on a silver platter after World War I. It was a stab in the back to all German people. The J controllers would control most of the media, the labor unions, and most high government positions. The Weimar Republic. And a lot of people blame the J's for instigating and fueling the creation of World War I in the first place. And now the J's had control over their government. The Germans would suffer under a bad economy, high crime, and very bad conditions. The Germans would suffer under a J supremacy for so long that eventually an uprising would occur. But they left all this out of the history books because now they control our history books and our education system.
That's
and
why
want to keep
Hitler
portraying themselves as victims not only of the present but of the past too.
Look at the
Unity
study.
is victory. The Great Awakening continues.
The Nazis, of course, expanded on Margaret Sanger's approach to eugenics, right? Eugenics was a movement that was born in the United States under hard doctrines of racism with the intent of eliminating the tribe of Judah, in the African-American community in this country, right? To eliminate them. That's why she formed Planned Parenthood, was specifically to kill African-American.
Speak the truth and shame the devil. Speak the truth and shame the devil. Alright? We're not holding back. We're not holding back. Ah, boy. Give me 1 second and let me cue up this video here, family. I'm not taking no prisoners tonight. None whatsoever. Hallelujah. Alright? No. I gotta expose some truth tonight. You ready? You ready? The topic is the unknown God. I'm trying to show you who they serve. I'm trying to show you that this world has been literally running on empty for the last 500 years. Ever since we have been brought into captivity 400 years ago, the Canaanites are running the world. The Canaanites were running the world. And they were running the world ragged. The Canaanites were so skillful. They infiltrated every other race. And everywhere we went and were scattered, they were right next to us. And this was a part of the prophecy too. Abia said they were going to be a thorn in your flesh. Everywhere you go, they're going to be right there. There's a reason for that, you know. Oh, boy. So the Canaanites mix up with Esau. The Canaanites mix up with Rome. The Canaanites mix up with Greece. Look, yeah, listen. Yeah, don't know how serious this is, you know. The Canaanites mix up with every single race so that they could hide and be monitoring spirits to us. Because they're working for Hasatan. These are the devil's people. Oh, boy. These are the devil's people. Huh? And they bring Babylon. Confusion by mixing everywhere they go. Everywhere they go. So you're looking, it's like when you go to the doctor, on the surface, it look like you're having chest pains, you know. The doctor, let me go deeper. No, man, something wrong with your heart. But then, no, let me go deeper. Why your heart beating out of control? Oh, your blood low. You're anemic. Why you anemic? Oh, you have some other problem. Okay, all right. You got to go deep and find the root of the problem. Hey? Somebody say root. Get to the root, Murray. That is why we fight that group and we're still not free. We fight this group over here, we're still not free. We warring left, right, center, and we don't know what's going on. Huh? And you don't realize that your battle, this is why Abiyah tell you, your battle is not flesh, it's a spiritual one. You're actually fighting a bloodline. No! This is going to mess you up. This is going to mess you up. That bloodline is in most people that don't look like us. They don't have pigment like us. That don't mean you don't have people who look like us that are enemies to us too. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. Huh? This is why you can't get too carried away with color. Huh? The Bible tells us to test spirits, not color. Test spirits. No, color is a good indicator. But it's not the only prerequisite. Ah, boy. Anybody tell that color don't matter, run them. Because a fake Christ coming that don't look like us. And one of the quickest way to identify this fake Christ. Oh, yup. The Bible don't describe what it look like. Hair, wool, skin as in burnt brass. This pale skin one coming here, that's not it. No. And this is a dead giveaway. Why we know these people, majority of them not gonna want to come in with us. Not the Caucasians who have woke up, you know, and have accepted that we are the true Israelites. You're good. You good. You fine. But majority of them will never accept a black Christ. They will never accept a black savior. That's why they keep on making these Superman movies. That's why they keep on making oh boy. Huh? They don't know what the God look like, but to them, this is the God that must be served to them because it look like them. They don't want your black God is unknown to them. And if they call you monkey, what you think they gonna call him? What a joke, you tal. These Canaanites are now starting like the pimple coming to the surface. And so even these white people start to realize, wait, they hate us too. Ooh. Everybody is goyim. Everybody is goyim. Goyim is like cattle. Like, oh boy, you don't have no value. That is why you're seeing the curse being reversed, and all these things are happening to these white people now. That used to happen to us 400 years gone back. Listen, man. Listen. Pay attention now. Pay attention. Hold on there. One no kind of... no kind of problems yet. We're going good. We have a perfect stream. All right, good. All right. Now, watch here now, family. Look at this. Look at this.
These are crazy times. No one could have seen this coming. But maybe someone did. Maybe there is a secret group of people, a cabal, if you will, who controls every action and reaction. Maybe they control the media, the politicians in Hollywood. And maybe someone leaked that secret. And perhaps they even leaked it to gamers. Let me show you. But first... better safe than sorry. So let's go. Okay, here's the deal. In 1994, Steve Jackson Games released
1994.
Illuminati, the New World Order. It was a card game of world domination. You know, at the time, my friends and I were all into Magic. A few of them tried this out. I barely played it. I was still of the mindset if it was not Magic, I wasn't interested. But I did buy a whole bunch of cards, and I still have a good set of them, so I thought it'd be a whole heck of a lot of fun just to pull out my collection, maybe not go through the whole thing, but just kind of show how crazy they are and how some of them seemed to predict the future. And with that said, let's get the big one out of the way right away. These two. Does this look familiar to anyone? Yeah, I thought so. And you know what's funny about these? The Pentagon and the World Trade Center cards, they were commons, but they're notorious, obviously, and gosh, the pair of these can go on eBay for anywhere between $40 and $60, so that's pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of these other cards. I have to admit, I'm not going to have a whole lot to say about the rules because I barely played it, but it is fun to look at these things. There are these goals, UFOs, everybody's
Pay attention,
favorite.
family.
Yeah, I've got some doubles, obviously. A little bit of... got the Bermuda Triangle, the original Illuminati. Okay. So it looks like you had goals. We got the Supreme Court, Germany, Jimmy Hoffa, False Messiah.
What now? What? Ah, boy. I'll go back too far. Hold on there.
The big one out of the way right away.
And play it back again.
These two. Does this look familiar to anyone? Yeah, I thought so. And you know what's funny about...
And man, you know, this was 1994. 1994. When was the World Trade Center bombed? Wasn't it 2001? When was the Pentagon bomb? Wasn't it 2001? This is 19... These cards came out in 1994.
these, the Pentagon and the World Trade Center cards, they were commons, but they're notorious, obviously, and gosh, the pair of these can go on eBay for anywhere between $40 and $60, so that's pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of these other cards. I have to admit, I'm not going to have a whole lot to say about the rules because I barely played it, but it is fun to look at these things. There are these goals, UFOs, everybody's favorite. Yeah, I've got some doubles, obviously. A little bit of
Bermuda Triangle. Bermuda Triangle. And look, you see something. They sink ships in the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, help us. Yeah, help us.
You got the Bermuda Triangle. The original.
Woo! Now, in terms of the Luciferian bloodlines, I did a series on this some time back about the Merovingian being one of the highest levels of satanic vampires out there, right? Bavarian's another one, along with the Rothschilds up there now, but they have bigger than the Rothschilds. They have bigger than the Rothschilds. You have Rothschilds, you have the Bavarian, you have the Merovingian, and a couple others. Merovingian, you would have seen that in the same Matrix movie. I think it's Matrix 1 or Matrix 2. Right? If you go back and watch that, right, you will see reference to them in that. Right? And you will see the spirits that protected them were vampire spirits. Ah, boy. All of them are bloodsuckers. Every last one of them are bloodsuckers. Right? No, Bavarian. Let me keep going.
Illuminati. Okay. So it looks like you had goals. We got this.
Hidden influences. They own the judges. They own the... boy.
Supreme Court, Germany, Jimmy Hoffa.
False Messiah. You notice there's more than one, right? Or is that the crowd? Can you read what is on that thing? Play this card at any time except during an attack. Link it to a what? A personality you control. That person is hailed as the Messiah by millions worldwide. Boy.
False Messiah. Tax reform. Some of these are hilarious. Tax reform, in other words, tax increase. So, resistance is useless. Embezzlement, the big sellout. Withering curse. You know, maybe
Curses.
we will go through all these and just kind of, I'll pause on some of the more fun ones. Elvis. Yeah, we all know what happened to Elvis, don't we?
I wonder what happened to Elvis. Huh? All them sports that you think you're watching to see the outcome. And most of these sports are pre-planned and they tell you who go win. Shaq actually did an interview one time where the coach told him to book the hotel at this particular championship game, and it was still the playoffs going on, you know. Book the championship game, and Shaq is a part of the Freemason Illuminati. He wear his big Freemason ring everywhere he go. All these sports are fake. Everything planned because everything is about controlling the masses and keeping them away from the truth. Are you entertained? Are you entertained? Then you're not going to be studying that they're raping you, killing you, and eating your children.
Al Gore hugging trees.
With the big climate change. This whole climate change agenda was pushed by Al Gore. Huh? All this fake money going around the world for climate change was pushed by him and nobody else.
Terrible. You know, that's long before he ran for president, too. Or, well, long before 2000. So.
I wonder what fires those. I wonder what fires are those. American Auto Jew Association.
And stay dead. I love this. Does that look like anyone to you by chance? I'm just asking the questions. Cough. Julian Assange. Cough. Here. What do we got? Anti-nuclear activists. Are we having fun yet? Yeah.
Okay. All right. What is this? What is this? Atomic monster?
No.
Wait, man.
No, I don't like getting political, so I don't really want to talk about current events on this. Just kind of want to show, you know, these cards so much.
Concerts. Look, all these things are distraction. Everything is geared at distracting you in one hand while they rape the system in the other.
Of what these cards were talking about is still relevant. Today,
1994,
big media squashing out the independent media and ooh, look at that.
Well, what do we have here? Remember I tell you all Epstein have a picture of Bill Clinton in a dress, you know. Epstein have a picture of Bill Clinton in a dress hang up on his wall, you know. What do we have here?
I think this is symbolic of something, isn't it? Have you ever seen Bill Clinton and Bigfoot together? Aha, I didn't think so. A little bit of Barney.
Boy sports, Cub Scout. Now, in the advent, all these people are pedophiles and cannibalists and Satanists. You look at these cards a different way now. Take your time. Take your time.
Cable TV.
Huh? Around this time, the whole world had access to cable TV. Remember, this is 1994 coming up to 2000. When did everybody get a cell phone? When did everybody get a cell phone? Anybody remember the year? Anybody remember the year everybody got a cell phone? When, especially in the Caribbean, when those old-time Nokia phones were available to the masses, and everybody was getting them in Antigua and St. Kitts and all over the Caribbean. You remember only certain type of people had cell phones, and even and a certain type of people had beepers, the Motorola beepers, huh? And then all of a sudden, everybody could get a cell phone for cheap, $200, and they were literally given. 2003? Or was it the same? Or is it right after the World Trade Center? You sure it's not 2001? Huh? Or was it right after the World Trade Center? Around during the time? 2003? All right. Pay attention now, fam.
500 channels and nothing's on. Yeah, most of us have quit cable by now, I hope.
Car bomb. All right.
Got car bombs galore. Cat juggling. That must be to distract. Censorship. Yeah. Yeah, who would have thought that, 30 years later, censorship would still be a thing.
Center of Disease. What are they planning?
CDC. Weird studies. Awesome. Okay. Hey. Are those different? I wonder if one of them is a little rarer than the others.
Charismatic leaders. Huh? Those are the puppet people that they put in front of you to go run the show. Come on now.
Is that Mike Pence? The Church of Elvis. The Romneys? Huh. Clone Rangers. Cold Fusion. Combined Disasters. Does that say 2020? No, it doesn't. Ooh. Comic books. Commitment. Crop Circles. Another one of my favorites. I don't know what that means, but it's cool. Hey, wait a minute. Counterspell. Wait a minute. Unlimited edition. Counterspell. Something about that seems familiar. Cycle Gains. Dan Quayle holding a potato, of course. Ha! It's a little dated reference, isn't it? Dentist. Hey, dentists. I gotta bring that up. You know, when I brush my 6-year-old's teeth, she says, Daddy, can we play dentist? And I say, yes, we can. So while I have the toothbrush in her mouth, I ask her a bunch of detailed questions she can't answer. Dollars for decent.
Did I just see the offering plate just pass quick a while ago? Did I just see the offering plate just pass quick there with money? Ay.
See, cross druids. Huh. See what else we got here. More druids. Early warning. Earth magic. Earthquakes. Earthquake projector. Emergency powers. The power of the government group is increased by 1. That's a little bit topical too.
No, I want y'all to be very mindful, okay? These people love to project themselves as powerful and all-knowing, all-seeing. They're not God. They can plan all they want. I'll be able to allow some of their stuff to come true, you know. Right? And I'll be able to thwart a lot of the things that they want to do. But it's all to the glory of YAHUAH at the end. Because the destruction of the wicked is the freedom of the righteous. And YAHUAH will let them be entrapped in their own snares. It's like the old saying that goes, when you dig a hole, dig one for you too. It's long time you hit this, you see them planning this pandemic, you know. Long time. And it was supposed to be worse during 2020 than it actually was. No, it was bad. It was bad. It was very bad. Abia had mercy upon us. Abia had mercy upon us.
Well.
Quarantine.
Attacked. Well, I don't know what that means, but how about that? Uh-oh. An exorcism is upon us.
Demons getting loose.
Cool.
Oops. Back up. What I recorded a while ago. What I recorded. Somebody being
The FBI. Let's not.
FBI. FBI. Let me hold on 1 second there, fam. FBI. Let me see some here. FBI. Hold on 1 sec. Let's, oh boy, let me see if I can find it. FBI. 1 second there. 1 second. Yep, here it is. No, I had something with FBI there. Am I buffering? Okay, good. All right.
Whistleblower has this to say to America.
About a minute and a half, and then I want to turn the rest of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Yes, sir. I would just say that I consider the hearing today my last act of service as a public servant for the United States of America, and I'll give you my professional opinion. I personally have no confidence that the FBI will rein in its own conduct. There are no current effective checks and balances against them conducting lawless action with any type of correction in a legitimate time frame. Their ability to overclassify information can allow them to stonewall forever. My other recommendations are in the natural order. First, vote. The second is the Second Amendment. Arm yourself and know how to defend yourself. Make 3 to 4 friends in your neighborhood and promise to come to each other's mutual aid in times of hardship. And during the Great Depression, people stocked up a pantry. So I think that's a good practice, especially in our economic times. And make sure you have 3 to 4 months of food. And as a person of faith, I'd say pray the rosary and read the gospel of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and live it every day. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for the time.
I'm taking my time with this here, fam.
Touch that one. Family value.
Oh boy, back up. Back up a bit. Back up a bit. Back up a bit. I missed. I went too far. I went too far.
Here we go. This is more my thing.
Back up a bit.
One of my favorites. I don't know what that means, but it's cool. Hey, wait.
Yeah, we did all that already.
Little dated reference, isn't it? Dentist. Hey, dentists. I gotta bring that up. You know, when I brush.
I saw it a bit.
See what else we got here. I tend to understand what any of that means. Flat earthers. You know, the flat earthers get a bad reputation, in my opinion. People laugh, but they know something's up. Exactly. Here we go. This is more my thing. Flying saucers. Okay. Yeah, gosh, none of those things. Oh my. Okay. Let's be very careful with. We'll just.
This particular. Anyway, let me not mention it because somebody gonna be smart and go look for try and find the book. So let me not mention it.
We didn't see that. Okay. Full moon. Fundy Monday.
George Bush.
This must be W Senior, not W Junior. I guess that's cute. Wait a minute. Yep, somebody's busted, isn't he? Interesting. Okay.
What is this? This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require an action. Its power is 30 against Coastal Palace, 24 against any other palace. This is not an instant attack. Any group can use its action to aid the victim. Is that a monster around a building?
Well, if these are predicting this year, let's hope that's not the 2020 cliffhanger. Personally, I think the 2020 cliffhanger.
No, what you're seeing is masks.
Hanger will be the. You know, the murder hornets haven't been resolved yet, but it'll be winter, so I'm going with the Pentagon UFOs to close out the year. Well, we've approached this one, kinda. Good polls. Grassroots support. Ooh, we got some NRA action. Hackers, Hammer of Thor. You know, is this a little foreshadowing to the Avengers movies? It doesn't really.
You rush past the virgins there a while ago, boy. And hide the virgins there. Why are you hiding that there for? Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hawaii? Huh. Let's get a few more of these. We got time. Hubble trouble. The IRS. Let's stay clear of that one too. Stay safe.
Imposters.
Imposters.
They live.
Ooh, intellectuals. Joggers. Junk mail.
What you just passed a while ago was an assassination. All right. I think we get the point. Boy, I know y'all want me run through them stuff, but I'm not going to do it. Not yet. Not yet. I think we get the point. Right? And all of a sudden I had a perfect signal, and I pray I'm not buffering. We had a little rain, a shower of rain that just come down a while ago. Right? Can you hear me, fam? Can you see? Is everything fine? Put on one in the chat. Right? Put on one in the chat if you can hear me. You see me well and you're not buffering. All of a sudden. All right, good. All right, good. All right. No, I showed you that for a reason. Because the Canaanites have this way of trying to seduce you from Yah. They always want to get the glory for them and their god Baal and take the emphasis of Yah's sovereignty away. That's why we should never fear their fear. It's good to know how your enemy fight, so you can defeat them. It's always good to know what your enemy is up to so you can defeat them. But don't get too caught up and get too deep in the inner workings. I be warned us about these things. I showed you these things because I want you to show that these people, they're not prophets. They're false prophets. They're liars. All people like the Simpsons. They're all Ashkenaz. Oh boy, I have to give out call it. They're all you know what. The Canaanites. And they always come like if they're predicting stuff, and they never predict anything. They just foreshadow the things that they go in the secret rooms to plan against you. Oh my goodness. Huh? The thing's serious, The thing's serious. Let's read some scripture. And you're going to see how Abby has been warning us for years about these people. Come now. Let's go to Judges. We're going to try and get Judges 2 and 3. Let's go to Judges chapter 2. Boy. Power outage on your side. All of a sudden, my internet going tipsy-turvy. A shower of rain just came down, family. And all of a sudden, internet going a little tipsy-turvy. So bear with me. Tell me as soon as I'm buffering if you hear me buffering. Okay? All right. Now let's see about these Canaanites. Let's see about these people. What did Abby have to say about them and us? Turn with me to Judges chapter 2. Judges chapter 2. All right. Let's go now. Judges chapter 2. And an angel of YAHUAH came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt and have brought you into the land which I swear unto your fathers. And I said, I will never break my covenant with you, and ye shall make no league. Oh boy. no league, no power with them, with the inhabitants of this land. Ye shall throw down their altars. Somebody said throw down their altars. Look at right there. Throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. Why have ye done this? Abiyah, what's going on? What's going on? Huh? Wherefore, I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare unto you. Tal. Are you seeing this, fam? Who is he talking about? Somebody put it in the chat. Who could he possibly be talking about? This is Judges chapter 2. Who could Abiyah possibly be talking about? Are you there, fam? Put in the chat who you think it is. Boy. In order for you to fully understand, I hope I'm not, am I buffering, babes? Am I buffering? Okay, good. Right? Yes, the Canaanites. Let me go back briefly to chapter 1. Let me skim it. We don't have to read all 36 verses, but let me skim it. Let's try and figure out who is he talking, because it's very important for us to get the context. Huh? Now after the death of Joshua, it came to pass that the children of Yasharal asked Yahuwah, saying, who shall go up for us against the Canaanites first, to fight against them? And Yahuwah said, Judah shall go up first. This is why they hate Judah particularly, you know. Judah shall go up first, shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hand. And Judah said unto Simeon, his brother, come up with me into my lot, that we may fight against the Canaanites. Are you listening, family? And I likewise will go with thee into thy lot. So Simeon went with him, and Judah went up, and Yahuwah delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand. The Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand, and they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. And they found Adoni-Bezek in Bezek, and they found against him, and they fought against him, and they slew the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But Adon-Bezek fled, and they pursued after him and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his great toes. Cut off his thumbs and his great toes. Can anybody tell me why did they do that? Can anybody tell me in the chat, why did they cut off the man toes and finger? Why did they do it? Huh? Oh boy, I hope that the signal holding up. I'm not buffering, babes. Huh? Baby? I'm not buffering. All right, good. Right? Why did they cut off his big toe? Why did they cut off his finger? Can anybody tell me? Can't run, can't hold a spear, pull a bow and arrow. Very good answer. Very good answer. It's deeper than that though. Boy. Very good answer. But it's deeper than that. Come on now. Why did they do it? What were the Canaanites known for? What were the Canaanites and the parasites known for? They had the, oh boy, then they had the bloodline of the fallen. They had the Nephilim blood. And a lot of these men had 6 fingers and 6 toes. I don't suggest y'all go read the book of the giants, but you go see Canaanite language in there all the time. Huh? A lot of them had 6 fingers and 6 toes. Do you know we have people today, with 6 fingers and 6 toes? Hello? And all them white. So if you know anybody in the Caribbean that have 6 fingers and 6 toes, the blood, they have drops of Canaanite blood in them. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah boy. This gonna mess you up. This is going to mess you up. Do you know? Do you know what other characteristic or what other feature? Some of these Canaanites still possess today beside the 6 fingers and the 6 toes? Can somebody put it in the chat? Oh boy. Can somebody put it in the chat? I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Let me see if I can find some pictures. The tall, no, you have the right T, the wrong, oh boy, it's gonna mess you all up, I got to come onto this page to find it. Let me see if I can find some. They said picture is worth 1,000 words. Picture, the giant seed, that's a part of it. That's a part of it. I'm vexed, but I'm trying to find. Oh boy. Apart from the 6 fingers and the 6 toes, they had tails. Boy. They had tails, like a literal tails. Let me see if this video. Let me see if this man makes any sense with this one. Hold on there, fam. Hold on there, fam.
Some of that stuff doesn't do anything, and I'm about to call it out. Get ready. Your body is filled with genetic and biological garbage. Not just the junk DNA we've talked about in the past, but actual structures that your body took the time to put together and they don't do anything. A couple of new studies just completed by researchers at Boston University and the University of Liverpool focused on our feet. Take off your shoe and try and bend your foot in the middle. The average human foot should only bend in one place, at the ball. But 1 out of every 13, at least, can bend a second joint in their foot.
You know, this is not the video I wanted to show you all. I will show you all another time. Just take my word for it. Go and do some research. And go on the internet and try to find out Caucasians with tails and see what pop up. See what pop up. I tell you now. Ah, boy. This is why most of them should humble themselves, you know. It's through the interbreeding with us why some of them became normalized, you know. The recessive genes that are in most people from the Caucasus Mountains is almost monkey-like. Oh my goodness. Let me rephrase that. Beast-like. This is why they refer to themselves as coming from Neanderthals. This is no joke. This is serious stuff. So when Joshua went into the land of Canaan, hey, they were fighting not only humans or people who looked like humans, they were fighting giants and Nephilim seed and Bigfoot. The same Bigfoot today that they've seen 1,000 times in Alaska. You saw it there in the card. Truth is going to become stranger than fiction. Ah, boy. Because the bloodline is corrupt. The seed of Cain is utterly corrupt. And in order for them to assimilate, what they try to do is to separate our gene pool to make them look more human and more palatable to the eye. You don't realize how most of these Ashkenaz, the people who call themselves Jewish, have them long nose, and they most of them short and stumpy and they look like oh boy, rats with tails. But we're not trying to be mean, you know. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited. But the truth has to come out. But when we used to watch these old movies, especially the Western movies, you can always tell a Hugh-ish person. I don't want to get you when I'm talking about them. You can always tell to a regular Caucasian white person. You can always tell. They don't look the same. It's through the years they start to intermingle with them, right? And they could hide their seed. The telltale sign was the pointy Jewish nose, the funny shaped head, and a lot of them had 6 fingers. Oh, yay. And if they didn't have 6 fingers, they had 6 toes. And some of them had tails. They have a look. Right? The bloodline, Oh boy. Oh, how deep I gonna go with this tonight now? How deep I gonna go with this tonight now? They're Satan's seed. What is Hasatan? Hasatan is not human. Hasatan is a beast. The Bible calls him a dragon with a tail. Oh boy. Look. A beast that is able to transform into an image of light, able to transform into human. Oh, fam, y'all with me? Y'all with me? This is why YAHUAH hold back no punches and said, no man, y'all do what your father loved to do. Your father is the devil. That's why you don't know me. That's why you don't know where I come from. I come through the right bloodline. You didn't. But you want hold on that Abraham is your father. Oh boy. Now it start to make sense. Why Yah wanted us to wipe them out. Look here, man. Them fellas started to chop off abnormalities. And Judah, where are we? And Judah went up, and YAHUAH delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand, and they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. And they found Adonibezek and Bezek, and they fought against them, and they slew the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But Adonibezek fled, and they pursued after him and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his great toes. And Adonibezek said, 70 kings have their thumbs and their great toes cut off. Gather their meat on my table as I have done. Go, gather as I have done. So Yah hath requited me. This is what is required. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and there he died. Now the children of Judah had fought against Jerusalem. And had taken it, and had smitten it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire. Now afterward the children of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites that dwelt in the mountain, and in the south, and in the valley. And Judah went against the Canaanites that dwell in Hebron. Now the name of Hebron before was, okay, I won't even pronounce that. And they slew Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmiah. And from thence he went against the inhabitants of Debir. And the name of Debir before was Kirjat Sefer. And Caleb said, he that smited that name and taketh it, to him will I give Akshah, my daughter, to wife. Right? And then you have the war continuing here. But look, as they started to fight, look here in 17. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and they slew the Canaanites that inhabited Zephath, and utterly destroyed it. And the name of the city was called Hormah. And Judah took Gaza with the coast thereof, and Askelon with the coast thereof, and Ekron with the coast thereof. And YAHUAH was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the mountains. But here's where the problem starts. But could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron. And they gave Hebron unto Caleb, as Moses said. And he expelled thence the 3 sons of Anak. And the children of Benjamin, here's where the problem continued. did not drive out the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem. But the Jebusites dwell with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem unto this day. Ah, boy. And the house of Joseph, they also went up against Bethel, and YAHUAH was with them. And the house of Joseph sent to descry Bethel. Now the name of the city before was Luz. And yes, Cecilia, Anak. That's where you get Anak and Anunnaki. That's, oh boy. And the spies saw a man come forth out of the city, and they said unto him, show us, we pray thee, the entrance into the city. You want a shortcut? And we shall show thee mercy. And when he showed them the entrance into the city, they smote the city with the edge of the sword, but they let go the man. Oh boy, you let the seed go. Remember Abia said, wipe them out, you know. You let go the man and all his family. What does man and his family do? And the man went into the land of the Hittites. Oh boy. And built a whole city. And called the name thereof Luz. Oy, ay, 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 ay. Which is the name thereof unto this day. Ah, boy. Neither did Manasseh drive out the inhabitants of Beth-shean and her towns, nor Tanakh and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Dor and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Iblim and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Megiddo and her towns. But the Canaanites would dwell in that land. Man, look, like everywhere people have trouble, the Canaanites go. Everywhere other people have trouble, the Canaanites bring them in. Because their sworn enemy is Judah and Yasharal. And it came to pass when Israel was strong that they put the Canaanites to tribute and did not utterly drive them out. Oh, no, you didn't. Neither did Ephraim drive out the Canaanites that dwelt in Geshur, but the Canaanites dwelt in Geshur among them too. Wait. So the Canaanites were dwelling there where? By Iblim. I tell you, all over the place. And now the Canaanites went and dwelled in Geshur, but the Canaanites dwelt in the Geshur among them. Neither did Zebulun drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, nor the inhabitants of Naholi, but the Canaanites dwelt among them. No, man, we have a parasite. The same thing they were doing back then is the same thing they're doing now. They love to hide amongst the people. And wherever Judah is, wherever Yasharal is, they're there to strike. Oh, boy. Do you remember we were reading the Apocalypse of Abraham? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you remember us reading the Apocalypse of Abraham? Put a 1 in the chat. If you remember us reading the Apocalypse of Abraham, do you remember the painting in the Apocalypse of Abraham? Can you recall the painting in the Apocalypse of Abraham? What Abraham was shown by the angel? Of the people on the left side and the people on the right side. What was shown with Abraham's seed? That Azazel right there. Gosh. Every move they make, Azazel right there. No. Are we seeing Satan? Are we physically seeing him? No. He operates through his children. Oh, boy. He operates, and this is what Abiyah was warning us about. He operates through his children. Them Canaanites slick. Them cunning. Huh? Ah, boy. You want to know what Canaanite creed be? Do you want to know what a Canaanite creed is? Oh, boy. You have to go back and watch the movie, not the Avengers movie. One of them same Avengers movie. Winter Soldier. Y'all remember the movie Winter Soldier? Do you remember the movie Winter Soldier? In Winter Soldier, they were talking about Hydra. What was the creed for Hydra? They recognize that they are snakes, you know. Dragons. They recognize that they are snakes. They are dragons. You cut the head off of one. 3, 4 more will follow. Ah, boy. 3, 4 more will follow. 3 or 4 more will follow. They know how to multiply. You cut the head off of one snake. And 3 or 4 more heads will follow. That is their creed. That is how they live. And you starting out to see the Canaanites, they started to go among this, the Kitans. Yeah? They went to, oh boy. Everywhere the people and them were defeated, they go and intermingle with them and dwell there. They start to hide the seed. Because they don't peep out there trying to eliminate their seed, you know. Because their seed come from Satan. So they can't afford to be wiped out. So they intermingle with the enemy of Yasharal. Oh boy. Huh? Neither did Zebulun. You see, we're reading them verses, we don't understand what's going on. Drive out inhabitants of Kitron, not inhabitants of Nehor, but the Canaanites dwelt among them and became tributaries. Oh, yeah. Huh? They always had the money. They were always rich. They had the keys to Satan's kingdom. That's why they always rich. Huh? We're in Judges chapter 1, verse 31. Judges chapter 1, verse 31. Neither did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko, nor the inhabitants of Zidon, nor Elab, nor of Akzib, nor of Helba, nor of Aphik, nor of Rehob. But the Asherites dwelt among the Canaanites. Tal! Wait, Tal. No. This is a conspiracy now. I tell you all the Canaanites run the show. But the Asherites dwelt among the Canaanites. The inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites everywhere. Huh? They're like parasites. For they did not drive them out. Neither did Naphtali drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, nor the inhabitants of Bethanat. But he dwelt among the... A joke now. This is a 5 now. No man. But he dwelt among the Canaanites. No. The inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh of Bethanat became tributaries unto them. Not you two Amorites. What's going on here? And the Amorites forced the children of Dan into the mountains, for they would not suffer them to come down to the valley. But the Amorites would dwell in the Mount Perez in Ajijalon. What does it sound like? Ajijalon. What that sound like? You know, there's a place called Azerbaijan. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what that is. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what that is. You know, there's a place called Azerbaijan. Boy, there's this man that he have his well up on the hill. My wife just watch him, you know, do a lot of cooking. Right? They live a very simple life. The fruits and them and the vegetables are the reddest, ripest. They eat kosher, no pork, lamb, fish, and them kind of stuff, and he will cook for the children. We watch him all the time. And we just swept him up. I just said, babes, that kind of look like our land now. Are you sure that's not our land? Look how up there so pretty and pristine and fresh flowing water just springing up out of the hill, and them fruits don't even look normal. Like we're not even eating real food. Huh? You sure up there don't belong to us? Boy. Huh? The Amorites, huh, are a black version to Kim Kardashian and them. Oh, boy. That's the region that they were from before a lot of them got kicked out or bred into, whited out. Y'all understand me up, you know? Y'all understand me up, you know? The land of the olives. Y'all understand me up, you know? Them mountainous region. Aijon. And in Shlabim. Shlabim. Yet the hand of the house of Joseph prevailed. So they became tributaries. Watch here now. Watch here now. Watch here. Watch here. Watch here. Watch here. Huh? 36. And the coast of the Amorites was from the going up to Akrabim, from the rock and upwards. None of them names in the Bible right now, you know. Huh? No, you come to Judges chapter 2 and everything now start to make sense. And the angel of YAHUAH came up from Gilgal to Bochum and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt, and I've brought you unto the land which I swear unto your fathers. And I said, I will never break my covenant with you. And ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of the land. Ye shall throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. Why have you done this? Wherefore, I also said, I will not drive them out from before you. What? But they shall be as thorns. Thorns in your side. Can anybody tell me one of the first ships to come for our forefathers from the promised land, from Africa? Can anybody tell me the name of one of the first ships to come for us, come pick us up from Africa to bring us to the west, whether the Caribbean or whether to America? Can anybody tell me the name of that ship? Put it in the chat. Come on now. Can anybody tell me the name of that ship? Can anybody also tell me the name of the ship? Right? Can anybody tell me the name of the ship that landed in is it Jamestown? In 1619 in Virginia. Can anybody tell me that the name of that ship too? Yeah, the good ship Jesus. Who owned it? Who owned the ship? Who owned the ship? And the second ship that went to Jamestown was called, why not Red Lion, Black Lion, Brown Lion? Why you call it White Lion? Why? It's a whole other story. Huh? Why they call it White Lion? Who owned them ships? Huh? Yes, you guessed it. Huh? The Ashkenaz. Oh boy. They owned the ships. Who did they use to bring us over? The Portuguese. Ah, boy. Who insured the ships? London. The Queen. Ah, boy. Huh? Who traded the cargo and the ships? Listen, it was a concerted effort, you know. The Confederacy was already formed. But the Canaanites were the ones behind the scene forever pulling the strings. They're all Canaanites. Huh? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Them Ish people are the ones who were pulling the strings. Because they were the ones that were perpetrating us as the chosen people. So they're going to make sure they come. Look, you know who the Canaanites were in the world? The whisper of the devil in your ear. That's who they were. They're instigators. That is why they always refer to themselves as the hidden hand. Oh boy. The shadow government. The deep state. They will never come out to do directly the dastardly deeds. They will find other people to do the dirty work. Especially if their blood trickles down in you. Y'all are ready for this, you know. Boy, they're going to mess up my channel. I don't see it. See, we're going deep. Abia said they're going to be thorns in your side. You know what's a thorn? A thorn is something you can feel, but you can't see. Oh, gosh. A thorn is something you can feel. It's hurtful. It's painful. Most times you can't see it. You got to dig deep to get it out. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand that analogy. That is why they've always been hidden. Huh? We there bumping and grinding to all them music and we don't know Ashkenaz control industry. Oh, wait, whoa. We there talking about fight the power that be. Black Lives Matter. Huh? And we don't know it's Ashkenaz set up to Batman to go start the movement. But whoa! We here busy hating the white man and all them other people, and we don't realize is the Ashkenaz funding the slave trade and making all the money off of it. Oh boy. And trading on the stock market for it. Uh-oh. Huh? We are talking about civil rights movement. And we don't realize, and they're marching with us, side by side. Funding the civil rights program. But then they have all the Washington presidents in their back pocket say, don't give them nothing. Just give them that, but not give them this. Huh? And they're the one funding the FBI. And And all the shadow agencies to keep us in line and in check. Go back and listen to Rabbi Finkelstein. You all goyim. We don't care about you, so long as we make money off of you, by any means necessary. And they make the most money off of black people. Because they're not, we're God-gifted, God-talented. Huh? The NBA, the NFL, all your major sporting institutions are owned by them. Yeah, I remember recently one of them get out when one of them NBA owners, they had to sanction him because he basically told the truth. His girlfriend wasn't getting enough money, so she recorded him saying some rubbish about, did I tell you to shake that man's hand? NBA player she talking about now. Huh? How your hand defiled and filthy and dirty. That nigga, and he called the man a nigga. I said, what is this? A tal. That's how they feel about you. You remember when Kyrie Irving come talk about he Israelite? And he woke? Huh? You remember how they neutered him on television? And he had to recant? And them same Ashkenaz people, them same Canaanite people come in and tell him, well, you need to be reprogrammed. Y'all remember Nick Cannon? Who too started to talk about he woke now and he's a Hebrew Israelite and we are the people of the book? What happened? The same time come and dig in some more and come and say, no, you need Jewish sensitivity. Huh? Program and training again. And let him have to recant everything. Y'all remember Kanye West? Oh boy. Is Kanye first telling us that they're eating people? Huh? Things got so bad with Kanye that he had to leave the country because they all to kill him. Huh? Kanye started to say they're trying to get me in the hospital to reprogram my mind. Huh? All of a sudden, we start to see him walking around with some rabbi. The same rabbi that was with Nick Cannon. Huh? And he back to the old rubbish again. Huh? And they have to recant everything. Thorns in your side! Michael Jackson started to cry out, them are the devil. Tammy Mottola is one of them. They're the devil. Next thing you know, big campaign come up against him. He child molester, not tag or so. And then next thing you know, he dead. Come on now. Huh? Even funny boy Prince. Look at you now when they come to collect the collect. Prince came on the airwaves and tell you, let me tell you what they're doing. They have programs against us. They release certain things and chemicals in the air. And when it come over the projects at a certain time of the day, people start to fight and get rowdy. And this is a known fact. Huh? And they kill each other. And they do things to each other that they don't normally do to each other. That interview came on live on television. After a while, I don't hear I see from him again. And next thing you know, he dead. Oh my goodness. Wherefore I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare, a trap unto you. How are they a snare? How are they a trap? Because they brought their gods into our religion. And they literally gave us their religion. Packaged in a different form. And it came to pass, when the angel of YAHUAH spake these words unto the children of Israel, that the people lifted up their voice and wept, and they called the name of that place Bokim. And they sacrificed there unto YAHUAH. And when Joshua had let the people go, the children of Israel went every man unto his inheritance to possess the land. We get in, you know. But we have to live with this time. You mean we could have get in free? Huh? You mean we could have been inhabiting this place with ease and with no trouble, no headache? Ah, boy. Ah, boy. Ah. Let me just play this clip. 1 second there, fam. God, these people are just inherently wicked. One second, fam.
What does it mean? It's a
Nation cattle.
nation cattle.
It's a slur.
It's a racial slur to everybody that's not Jewish. This is in these files. Epstein's talking to the former Prime Minister of Israel. What is that?
What is that? Oh my God.
What's going on? And then we see all these laws
Man.
being passed here in the States for anti-Semitism. Why aren't we protecting the rest of us?
Oh my God.
Say what now? Run it again. Run that again. Ah, boy. How would I do this thing again now? Give me 1 second here, fam. Run.
This is Sean Ryan saying this?
Goyim, Goy. Do you know what this is?
What does it mean? It's a
Nation cattle.
nation cattle.
It's a slur.
It's a racial slur to everybody that's not Jewish. This is in these files. Epstein's talking to the former Prime Minister of Israel. What is that?
What is that? Oh my God.
What's going on? And then we see all these laws
Man.
being passed here in the States for anti-Semitism. Why aren't we protecting the rest of us?
Oh my God.
This is one that went early.
I can tell you that the number one problem
He's
in
dead,
Hollywood
no way.
was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
Corey Haim, his co-star in The Lost Boys. Feldman says the trauma of that pedophilia contributed to Haim's death.
There's one person to blame in the death of Corey Haim, and that person happens to be a Hollywood mogul. And that person needs to be exposed, but unfortunately I can't be the one to do it.
Andy admits his friend had a struggle with addiction, which he says was a mechanism to cope with his demons.
You let me get around in my life, man, raped, so to speak, when I was about 14 and a half, and I'm saying this right now. What'd you do, man, when you saw that going down when I was 14 to me? What'd you do? You knew about it.
You want to talk about the truth? Okay, well then let's talk about the truth. I was being molested at the same time by somebody else. What'd you do?
Huh. My goodness.
In 1997, I was raped by Harvey Weinstein here at Cannes. I was 21 years old. This festival was his hunting ground. I want to make a prediction. Harvey Weinstein will never be welcomed here ever again. He will live in disgrace, shunned by a film community that once embraced him and covered up for his crimes. And even tonight, sitting among you, there are those who still have to be held accountable for their conduct against women, for behavior that does not belong in this industry, does not belong in any industry or workplace. You know who you are. But most importantly, we know who you are. And we're not going to allow you to get away with it any longer.
They clap. They clap. They actually clap.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It seems like just about everything we do, they have influence over.
More than we would think. Once you start to see it, you notice it. Once you start to notice, then you're like, but this is everywhere.
What is the goal?
The greater Israel. The Israelis have this idea of manifest destiny. Their idea is pretty much all of Palestine, about half of Lebanon, about half of Syria, all of Jordan, and a great swath of Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia. Now, you would think that seems pretty ambitious.
He was right about everything.
China has no rules. 20 years ago, they had cows that produced human milk. 20 years ago, they had spiders that produced body armor, spider guts. Okay, they have human-animal hybrids. 30 years ago, they've got giant human tissue farms. You know, you hear, oh, your Achilles is torn. We've got a grown in a lab, a tendon. It's not a frickin' tendon grown in a lab. It's a frickin' humanoid. These aren't humans. The way they get around it is they make them.
Wait a minute.
They make them.
Wait a minute. We're saying so many things. Listen, I love you to death. But you say
I bet you
so
$10
many
million
different
humanoids
things.
are real.
I believe they are. Wow. You say so many different things without stopping. It's hard
Because
for
I'm
people
reporting to the
absorb.
government agency so they'll listen and investigate. I'm decompartmentalizing.
Okay, but
this will be studied for years.
So what? Vindicated? Yes.
It seems like just about everything we do, they have influence over.
More than we would think. Once you start to see it, you notice it. Once you start to notice, then you're like, but this is everywhere.
What is the goal?
The greater Israel. The Israelis have this idea of manifest destiny. Their idea is pretty much all of Palestine, about half of Lebanon, about half of Syria, all of Jordan, and a great swath of Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia. Now, you would think that seems pretty ambitious. Look at an Israeli uniform right now. They have a symbol of what they call the greater Israel, which is everything I just told you. That's what their vision is. That's what they want.
Why? Why do they want those specific regions?
They believe that that is their God-given land.
Boy, you remember the most I said, drive them out, lest they become a thorn in your flesh. No, they want to take over everything.
We are taught, for example, to regard Gaddafi in a certain way. But if you look into what happened in his country while he was the leader, you look into the fact that every person is given a house at a certain age. You look at the fact that everybody's education and health care is free. If somebody showed a particular talent for something that required further education overseas, all of the costs of that were paid for by the government. These are all things put in place by the same country's leader that we're told is evil and corrupt. It doesn't quite balance.
That is one that we definitely monkeyed with. He ran afoul of the United States government.
What he was trying to do, as far as I understand the situation, is he was trying to unite Africa. And a united Africa, either it's going to be fantastic.
Problem for the people that want to run things.
It's got a whole bunch of countries that, have a connection with a certain African nation or whatever. They suck their minerals out of the ground or whatever, don't pay them properly for it, and greatly benefit financially. And that's pretty much every European country. I don't want to get into politics. My boys have this rule. If you're going to talk to Joe, you're not allowed to discuss politics.
Thorn in your flesh. Bible says so, The Bible says so. It's a cult. They all worship Baal. They all worship Molech. They're all evil. They're all wicked. And everywhere they go, they infiltrate into small pockets of society and become tributaries. But no, they are the bankers. They move from tributaries, They are the bankers of the world. And they collect money from everybody. They use everybody to become rich. Why? People fighting back, boy. People fighting back. You see, we're on the precipice of this war. You see, we're on the precipice of this war with Iran. Iran made a very bold statement the other day now. Iran say, Trump, anytime you fire any missile right now, because they all want this thing to go away. They all want this thing to go away. They're trying to bring anything to cover the news of how wicked that these people are. Iran say, anytime you do that, oh boy. Let me find this, you know. Let me find this, you know. Where is this video now? Huh? Where is this thing? Huh? Yes. This is what I want. Right? Stand by, fam. Anytime you try to bomb us, we go bomb you too. But we go bomb you a different way. Here how we go bomb you. Y'all think it's 3 million files? Y'all think the files of them really redacted everywhere? Boy. Suppose I tell you that Iran have the files in them unredacted it and they have everybody picture and name. Everybody picture and name. Look, if Iran do that, you know, this thing drop, you know. It's an inward war tomorrow. Not one of those politicians, doctors, lawyers, teacher. Look, I don't care whoever is in the high society can show their face tomorrow morning. Boy. Yeah, I don't know how close to full disclosure we are.
You want to know about the motherland? You know, we give you proper news, good stuff, unprecedented, unfiltered. We don't give a continental about anybody and whatever they have to say. You know that, right? That's why I love you, because you come back. Because even the people that criticize what we do, they still come back every day. Oh, that's a clickbait. That's a clickbait. But they still watch every single day. Like, how do you watch somebody you know you put clickbait? But you still come watch because you know you find something in whatever we say. Whether it's clickbait or not, you're going to never get away from this empty-handed. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. My name is Zach. I love my glasses. I know you love them too. I see you and appreciate you. First of all, please click on the button, whatever you call that button. What do you call it? Subscribe, I think, so we can see each other. Epstein files, right? Now, Iran, you heard about Iran? Okay. You heard about the Epstein files, right? Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sure you heard about this by now, okay? Some dude that used to bring in young girls, okay? Young girls to special islands. I'm sure you heard about this, right? And bringing in very powerful people across the world, going to this special island where they're going to do kloof, the young kids. Bad situation. We need to talk about this so you can understand. Iran and America don't get along. They've just issued a threat to the United States of America saying, if the United States of America dare to hit Iran with missiles, they've issued a threat saying they're going to release stolen mails from Donald Trump associates, including the White House Chief of Staff, this one, Susie Wiles, Roger Stone, Lindsey Halligan, and Stormy Daniels. Iran say if you hit us with one missile, we're releasing the stuff. Now, the US has responded to that. The US has responded to that. They say, you know what? This is a calculated smear campaign of digital propaganda. My question is this. If you know it's a lie, why do you want to defend it? I'm just asking. If somebody say, okay, so that guy, he does kloof with other men, and you know you don't do kloof with other men as a man, why do you have to explain, no, I don't do kloof with other men, it's propaganda? No, come on. Come on, my brother. My brother. It means you know you do kloof with other men. Okay, let's get into this. The US has rapidly deployed significant force in the Middle East recently, including a second aircraft carrier strike group You know, they have some of the biggest ships, warships. Now, there's the biggest in the world, named the USS Gerald R. Ford. Okay, it's in the Middle East already. And it's got jet like F-22s and F-35S, bombers, refuelers, tankers, and other assets. So America has moved a great number of military equipment in the Middle East, in a place where Iran is there. So it's intimidation. They're getting ready for war. But they say this time around, they're not just going to talk. So there's talk between America and Iran, okay? It's happened first in Oman, now in Geneva. They are having discussions. While they're having discussions, America has moved military assets next to Iran in the show of force. We are here because America wants Iran to stop all nuclear fuel making program. Iran is working on nuclear, but, you know, enriching uranium. When you see uranium, it's called the yellow cake. If you enrich it long enough, by 90%, you can create a nuclear bomb. This is a nuclear bomb. This is what America threw in Japan. Okay, bad. They're the only people to throw nuclear bomb to people anyway. But they're very scared that Iran may get the same technology. Number two, they want Iran to limit its intercontinental ballistic missiles. Iran has some of the strongest equipment in terms of ballistic missiles. They have about 3,000 missiles available. These are the missiles they can shoot from one continent to the other. Okay, so America, number one, wants Iran to stop the uranium enriching. Number two, they want to dismantle the entire program. Number three, they want Iran to give away its missiles as well. Now, Iran refused. Iran refused. It has fixed up its missile site. Okay, they've hidden it. They've hidden the nuclear work as well. And they say they cannot give up on this because this is the only way they can protect themselves. Why? Remember, there was a moment Israel and Iran went to war. After Trump bombed them, then Israel started bombarding Iran. Israel very quickly destroyed Iran defense system, air defense, with their airplane. They were very swift and strong. However, Iran resisted because they had ballistic missiles. They made a lot of damage in Tel Aviv. They didn't show you that on TV. They can't show you that. You shouldn't see that, but they did. So now they're coming after that. America is telling Iran to, number one, get rid of the nuclear. Number two, get rid of the ballistic missiles. Or else, I'm sending the ships, you know what's going to happen. It's intimidation. If fighting starts, my brother, if fighting starts right now, it could raise the price of oil. And maybe you don't know what the price of oil does. Well, because the price of oil is, when it's high, the economy just collapses. How does the economy collapse? Because you see the vegetable you're eating today, it was transported by a truck somewhere, many trucks, from the fields to the plate. So if the price of the oil goes up, the price of the vegetable goes high. The price of the plate goes high because the plate that you're eating on also was transported. Oh, the plus.
So in the Caribbean right now, they're going to be meeting in St. Kitts tomorrow. That big warship that has come to intimidate us and remind us that they have Maduro in jail. And if we don't comply with them, they're going to lock up our leaders too. Right? Sister Cecilia made something. Boy. Right? You said that they're blackmailing. The US is being blackmailed. Huh? You said that the US is being blackmailed by the Israelis. Oh, you're sure right with that. You think all Caribbean leaders are not being blackmailed too? Yeah, I don't know how big Epstein was, you know. Yeah, I don't know how big Epstein was, you know. And still is not, because he's not dead. I don't believe he's dead. I don't believe he's dead. Alright? That man that orchestrated his escape, and I think he's still on the island too. That's a whole other that's a whole other story. Huh? A whole other story. Right? Let me see if I can find this clip. Let me see if I can find this clip. All right, that's not that. Oh boy. Yep. No, not that one there. Let me see if I can find this clip. All right, let me. Hallelujah. I can find. Let me see if this is the one. Yep. That's the one. That's the one right there.
To a child or to multiple people. The bottom line here is the United States government has become so corrupt that the time has come, I think, to clean the crap out of the stables and start over. What has happened over the years is the federal government has become an oppressive imperialist power in debt to the banks. We should not be borrowing money. The Constitution provides for printing money, not borrowing money. We've now reached the end of our descent into hell. For 1/3 of what we all spend on military wars, not the military, but military wars, for 1/3 of that, we could raise the 5 billion poor. The whole point of grand strategy is to not only prevent wars, but to stop refugees from coming here. Those refugees are coming here because we bombed their country into nothing. If you continue to bomb the rest of the world, they are going to come to your neighborhood because it's the only one not being bombed. So we are creating these refugees. Jeff?
Ah, boy. Hold on a second. I'm looking for it there, fam. I'm looking for it there, fam. Ah, boy. I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Okay, all right. It'll come back to me. It will come back to me. All right? I was looking for a particular clip. I thought I had it there. Right? But nonetheless, yeah, they blackmailed them. Epstein has the goods on everybody. And one of the ways to do this thing is to make sure that every last one of them get caught with children. David, he has them recorded, taped. And so if you don't do the one thing the world we won't stand for, you know, we have become so desensitized now to the anti-man thing, and in some circles not even a big thing. Puffy just get 4 years for all the nastiness he do. But I'm telling you, when it comes to children, oh boy. So that is what they use to control you. And the thing that Epstein had all these presidents, from Bush to Clinton, in his back pocket, it's scary. It's scary. Right? So they have mastering now becoming the thorn in everybody's flesh. Ay, 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 ay. For those of you who come in late, I go play it one more time again, because you don't know the set of people that we're dealing with.
In the world, there are about 16 million Jews total.
Okay.
They have connection to this land.
Do they? If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense
ancestrally,
how do we know that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
So how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism?
He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. His family has fought for the land.
You're dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? How do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Great academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act.
Wow.
In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ, yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, "But that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view." What the Jewish encyclopedia provides us is a definitive overview of perhaps hundreds of rabbinic statements on any subject, giving us accurate summaries of what the Talmud generally teaches.
In its article on Gentiles, the Jewish Encyclopedia begins to define what makes a Jew so different from a Gentile. According to the rabbis, only Israelites are men. Gentiles they class not as men, but as barbarians. Since
Goyim.
Gentiles are not men in the fullest sense, so the Gentile is not a neighbor of a Jew.
Now, remember now, in the American Constitution, when they said all men are created equal, they lie, you know. There's a clause for the slaves that he is not all the way human. They classified us as one part animal. The irony of this whole thing, you know. And the term that the side term that they used was cattle. It's the same goyim that these Canaanites, these Ish people institute in the Constitution. So who writes in the Constitution? That sounds a lot. Huh? Like them Ish people behind the Constitution. I tell you, it's a hidden government. It's a deep state. And when you, yes, 3/5 human. And when you talk out against them like Kennedy, they assassinate you. Kennedy started to realize, man, it's a cabal running this government. A satanic group. And the minute he said that, they assassinated him. No, you start put two and two together and see how things start to make sense, you know. Ah, boy. Huh? Here is the Gentile is accepted as he is not a neighbor in the sense of what? Reciprocating and being responsible for damages caused by his negligence. Nor does he keep watch over his cattle. That's what that goyim. Goyim. Even the best Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity. Huh? You can't owe them nothing. They can take from you at any time. And when they go before the judges and all are Ashkenaz. Look at the Supreme Court judges right now and tell me the background.
Further, since Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity, meaning too crude to be taken seriously, the Gentile was forever beneath the Jew. Gentiles were outlawed by God from the beginning and thus had no property rights. The Almighty offered the Torah to the Gentile nations also, but since they refused to accept it, he withdrew his shining legal protection and transferred their property.
That is why in America, you own nothing. You don't own anything at all. Oh, boy. Even if you buy your house, you still have to pay taxes. You still have to pay tribute. Oh, my goodness. Taxes is true. You still have to pay tribute. You still have to pay tribute. And if you don't pay a tribute, they're going to take your house and take your land. It's never yours. Huh? They own the federal government. They own the federal government. They own, they own the banks, the central banks. They don't care who win the war, you know, so long as they own the bank and the money. And they control you. They're good. Oh, boy.
Rights to Israel, who observed his law. Since the Talmud outlawed the child, or issue of a Gentile, as that of a beast, a Gentile had as little legal rights in a Jewish court as did an animal. The Talmud states that if a Gentile sue an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Israelite. Conversely, if the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages. Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death. So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yohai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best of snakes ought to have its head crushed." Jews, however, are exalted beings in the Talmud, worthy of praise. Christ described the Pharisee who blessed himself, saying, I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as other men. An eminent Talmudic rabbi says the same. Blessed be thou, who hast not made me a goy, or Gentile. There is a special antagonism between the Talmud and Jesus. The Talmud attacks him everywhere it can, even his mother. Mary, the Talmud says, was a whore who mated with carpenters. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. It naturally followed that the scribes declared Christ to be a bastard. In its article on Jesus, the Jewish Encyclopedia says that Jewish writings defame Christ. It is the tendency of all these sources to belittle the person of Jesus by ascribing to him illegitimate birth, magic, and a shameful death. Jesus, according to this article, was considered one of the 3 worst enemies of Judaism who came to an ignoble end. The Talmud says they subjected him to 4 deaths: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling. The Talmud also says he is now in hell, punished with boiling hot excrement. What is Christ's advice as he speaks to us out of hell? The Jewish Encyclopedia quotes Jesus as telling us above all to bless the Jews. He says, further their well-being. Do nothing to their detriment. Whoever touches them touches even the apple of his eye. Christians, as followers of the false prophet Jesus, also deserve death. The Jewish Encyclopedia again recaps the Talmud's position. A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. The testimony of a Christian was not admitted in evidence in Jewish courts, and an Israelite who found anything belonging to one who was a Christian was forbidden to return it to him.
The Pharisees, through their Talmud, thus gave the Jews an ethic which encouraged bigotry and isolation. But it did worse than that. It invited persecution. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Babylon, growing weary of the self-righteousness and dishonesty of the Jews, expelled them to the west.
That's part of our faith. They had to read the Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people as a unique people of the book, as we called it. The people of the book not only knew the book,
Liar.
but read the book. The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did across Jewish communities. It never defined the end of knowledge. It never put an exclamation mark on truth. It was constantly questioning, expanding, growing, exchanging between communities, between great scholars and their students. It never ended. It was always iterative. This culture exploded when the walls of the ghetto went down. This same tradition, this same culture is part of us. It's deeply ingrained in our culture, in our thinking, in our traditions.
Israel's fight is our fight. We are one. We are united. We will not be discouraged. We will not be defeated. We will not be intimidated. We will not sit down. We will not be silent. We are the worst nightmare of the anti-Semites of the world. The victory is going to be ours.
Who are you? Wave that flag, man. Wave that flag. Yeah, man. Wave it boldly. Woo! Wave that flag. Wave it boldly.
I don't care. Good. I hope the Jews did kill Christ. I'd do it again. I'd fucking do it again in a second.
Leave. You need to. You can't come in here. This is not your house. This is not your house.
We killed Jesus. We're proud of it. We're gonna kill you and the Palestinians. You bastard. This is my house. This is my land. God gave it to me. And fuck you.
When they circumcise little boys, the rabbi actually puts his mouth around the penis and sucks the blood. I am not making this up. This is Talmudic Judaism, and this is what is being carried out in Israel. So for those who want to support Israel, especially the idiot Christian Zionists, my God, how stupid are you? These people hate Jesus Christ, and they definitely are using you like a bunch of idiot pawns for their own sick and twisted gain. That is the reality.
Absolutely.
Boy. Boy. But yeah, we don't want to get rid of them, eh? Thorn in your flesh, eh? And the people serve Yahuwah all the days of Joshua. We're continuing from Judges 2, verse 7. all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua, who had seen all the great works of YAHUAH that he did from Israel. He didn't drive them out, huh? And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of YAHUAH, died, being 110 years old. What happened then? What happened? And they buried him in the border of his inheritance, in Timotarius, in the mount of Ephraim, on the north side of the hill Gash. And also all that generation were gathered unto their fathers. And there arose another generation after them. What happened? Which knew not YAHUAH, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of YAHUAH and served Balaam. Oh boy. Judges 2:11 is when all our trouble started to multiply. The trouble start when we didn't obey Yah and wipe them out. Now we are going to become a thorn in our flesh. This is when the trouble start. This is when Israel always get ourselves into the cursed position to be put into bondage and slavery. What happened? Verse 12. And they forsook YAHUAH, the God of their fathers. Oh boy. They don't know him no more. Which brought them out of the land of Egypt and followed other gods of the gods of the people that were round about them, and bowed themselves unto them, and provoked YAHUAH to anger. They forsook YAHUAH. Oh, yeah. And served Baal. And who? Ashtaroth. Ishtar. Easter. Just, oh my goodness. And it's so funny that up to today we're still celebrating Ishtar in Easter. It's funny today that we're still serving Ishtar, especially in the Catholic churches with Mother Mary and the baby. They don't know what they're worshiping, you know. Talking about the Holy Rosary, you know. They don't have no idea that it's Ashtaroth they're worshiping. How the devil can transform into what we want to believe. And the anger of YAHUAH was hot against Yasharal, and he delivered them into the hands of the spoilers. Slavery. That spoiled them. And he sold them into the hands of their enemies round about, so that they could not any longer stand before their enemies. Boy. You want to know the truth? Every single time we go and worship their gods, they are right there to carry us into slavery. Y'all didn't hear me, no? Every time we go and worship Baal with them, Molech with them, Asheroth with them, they are right there to take us into slavery. It's just like the devil who sent the demons to torment you with certain sins. And when you die and you pass this life, is the same demon that was seducing you and tempting you with whatever sin, there to collect you to carry you to Sheol. Oh boy. That is why these people are the children of the devil. They do what their father do. They would instigate the pornography, the illicit sex, the foul music, the social media, Facebook, all of them, Ashkenaz. They will institute all the things to get you corrupt. And when you get corrupted, they say, oh, you dogs, you cattle, you don't know no better because you're animals. Spoil you. Spoil you. Oh, my. So this thing going on since then is the same thing happening now? Todd. Whithersoever they went out, the hand of Yahuwah was against them for evil, as Yahuwah had said, and as Yahuwah had sworn unto them, and they were greatly distressed. Nevertheless, Yahuwah raised up judges, which delivered them out of the hand of those that spoiled them. And yet they would not hearken unto their judges, but they went a-whoring after other gods, and bowed themselves unto them. They turned quickly out of the way, which their fathers walked in, obeying the commandments of Yahuwah, but they did not so. Ay. Huh? Goodness. Yeah, and I realize how wicked them people be, you know.
The 7 Jew banking families that took over control of the money in America in 1913 was the Rothschilds of London, Israel Schiff of Italy, Kuhn&Loeb of Germany, the Warburgs of Hamburg, Lehman Brothers of New York, Goldman Sachs of New York, and the Rockefellers of New York. A lot of people, they don't realize and know that these 7 Jewish families actually control all the money and have controlled the money in this country since 1913. I know you're aware of this.
Of course.
Now, in doing so, I mean, that makes a pretty big purse, doesn't it?
Listen, you know, the goyim are the schleppers. You know, they do all the work. That's what they want to do. They want to work. They always want jobs, so we give them jobs to work. The Jews don't work.
No, Jews don't work, and you're absolutely true. I want to get back to this Holocaust, and I want to get...
Jews don't work. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you heard, family. Jews don't work. Is that what he said? The cattle work for you. I see. That's what he said, right? Jews don't work. Well. Can I find this? This clip is not going to elude me today. No, sir. I go find it. I don't know where I lost this clip. I'm going to find that clip today. 1 second there, family. I am going to find that clip today. One sec there, fam. Please, YAHUAH, let me find it. Hallelujah. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can locate this particular clip. Hallelujah. Let me check the download here section here. Wait. Hallelujah. Give me 1 sec there, fam. The Jews don't work, he say. So is what are we doing? Hey, boy. Ah, boy. Jews don't work. Where on? Oh, the devil is a liar. I had that particular clip safe and tucked away. And I played it already on the same clip with the work week. Y'all give me 1 second there, fam. Give me 1 second there, fam. Where on earth could that clip be? Oh yeah, it probably download 63. think I found it. I think I'm in the right place. I think I'm in the right place. Uh-huh. I'm in the right place and I still can't find. Wait 1 second here. 1 second here. Oh, come on. Come on. Video, all right. Okay, can I find it? That is, boy. I had a clip there with the work week family. It is a very, very important clip to show you how these people instituted the 40-hour work week to keep the society as slaves. To make you too tired to go and do anything other than just work the system. So by the time the weekend come, you don't have no energy to do anything at all. Ah, my, devil is a liar. Devil is a liar. Right? Had that right there. All right? It will come back to me. It will come back to me. All right? Let me see if this one will do. All right? Okay. Let me play it. But in essence, family, they instituted the 40-hour work week back in the old days. We didn't work from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock for nobody but ourselves. Unless you're planting, doing husbandry work and planting your garden. Huh? We used to take time out to enjoy life and enjoy the day. Now, these other places in Europe do that. Place shut down at 12 o'clock. Huh? And people going to enjoy life. But the 40-hour work week was instituted for you to work from sun up till 5, 6 o'clock. So by the time you reach home, you're tired and you have to take care of the children. And and the cycle just continue over and over and over again. And you don't get to better yourself. You don't get to do what you want to do. And you just work to just get a vacation so you can go travel. You work just to get the pension when you reach. No, they up the age from the pension to, in some places to 67. Huh? Up the ages to 67. So, and if you peradventure live to be 70, you only get 3 years of pension. They rob you. Ay, ay, ay. In the Caribbean, the pension age was 60. They upped it to 61. And now it gone to 62. Can you tell me what the pension age is right now in the Caribbean? Can somebody put in the chat? Huh? And now with all these wicked foods that we have, people aren't living long anymore. People are dying like crazy. Just go and check the death announcements in your particular region. And you're going to see is young and old dying. People just dying mysteriously. And we all know because a lot of them take the juice. But apart from taking the jab juice, it's in the food. It's in the air. It's in the stressful environment at work. Huh? The whole this is the system at the B65 in Jamaica. Murder. Ouch. Retirement age is 65 in Jamaica. Woo! No, you don't even have people living to 65. So imagine you dead before 65. So you can't even get to go nowhere and travel, do nothing. Huh? It's a beast system. So they don't work. Some of them don't even go to school. What they go to a special Jewish school where they teach them, that's what he's saying right here now, where they teach them how to control the goyim. Hey? It's 65 here too? It gone up. Oh, yeah, have mercy. 65. 65. I could have swear it was 62.
Get back to the Holocaust survivors, you know. It's to the point here, Rabbi Finkelstein, where there's more Holocaust survivors getting getting money, getting payments, financial payments, than there were Holocaust people who died, allegedly among the Jews.
Huh.
Where did all these people come from?
Well, again, you know, they have the evidence, they have the proof that they were there in the Holocaust, and so they're entitled to some money.
So, in other words, you Jews say 6 million were killed in the concentration camps, and yet there's almost 6 million that are still receiving funds from Germany and other funding, and that's 12 million. Now, how does 12 million come out of 3 million?
Listen, again, the numbers, you know, you keep arguing about the numbers. The bottom line is that the Jews are entitled because we've been persecuted for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So we're entitled. Even 100 years from now, there'll be people collecting money on the Holocaust because of that lousy boy Hitler over there. He was a bad boy.
Now, let me ask you a question about this, because this is very important. You know, we've gotten into a lot of very interesting information. We're going to get into more here in the very near future, but Rabbi Finkelstein, this country, the United States of America, is in real deep trouble right now financially, and I kind of want to know what you're telling the other Jews in that, in regards to, because I know Jews don't have any loyalty to nothing but gold and silver, especially gold. What are the synagogues teaching the Jews in America today as to the course of where this country's heading?
Well, it's like this. You know, America, it served its purpose for us for a while. We made a lot of shekels here. We made a lot of interest off the shekels. But we can get cheaper labor in China. We can get cheaper labor in India. Why should we pay the white race goyim here in America any money when we can make a better deal over there? It's all about shekels.
You know, I want to get into that about shekels and interest and everything, and this is very interesting that you bring it up, because I noticed that there's a lot of investment by Jewish financiers into Asia, most parts of Asia. Now, I also know that Jewry is an Asiatic race. Is this correct?
Well, we're really all over the world, but yeah, I guess you could say we started in Asia.
Yes, that's right. Now, the Hebrews did not start there, and the Israelites didn't start there.
Well,
you really have no bearing to be in the Hebrews or the Israelites. You are not the dispersed nations, plural, of the tribes of Jacob, who were surnamed Israel. Actually, the con game that you have brought on to this country and the world for many years, and it's been a good con. It's been a good con game.
Well.
Is that you're allegedly God's chosen people?
We are God's chosen people. It's just that most Jews don't like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer.
Your God is gold.
Well, that's what we like, is lots of gold, lots of shekels, some American Express cards. You know, we like to spend, we like to have a good time. We let the gold...
Rewind. And come again. No man nobody tell you anybody else is our enemy. You're looking at the enemy right in front of your face, right here, right now. When anybody tell you who the enemy of Yahshua are, the Canaanites. Them synagogue of Satan people. Them people that worship in the Talmud. Listen carefully again.
We can get cheaper labor in India. Why should we pay the white race goyim here in America any money when we can make a better deal over there? It's all about shekels.
You know, I want to get into that about shekels and interest and everything, and this is very interesting that you bring it up because I noticed that there's a lot of investment by Jewish financiers into Asia, most parts of Asia. Now, I also know that Jewry is an Asiatic race. Is this correct?
Well, we're really all over the world, but yeah, I guess you could say we started in Asia.
Yes, that's right. Now, the Hebrews did not start there, and the Israelites didn't start there. You really have no bearing to be in the Hebrews or the Israelites. You are not the dispersed nations, plural, of the tribes of Jacob, who were surnamed Israel. Actually, the con game that you have brought on to this country and the world for many years, and it's been a good con, it's been a good con game, is that you're allegedly God's chosen people.
We are God's chosen people. It's just that most Jews don't like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer.
Your God is gold.
Well, that's what we like, is lots of gold, lots of...
Notice how we try to change the topic about your God is gold. The man tell you right to your face who he God be, and you want to fight him. The man tell you that his God is Lucifer, you talk about his God is gold. They are the seed of Satan. Their father is the devil. These are the exact same people YAHUAH came and met and tell them you are the synagogue of Satan. You do the works of your father, the devil. Same people.
The shekels, some American Express cards, you know. We like to spend, we like to have a good time. We let the goyim do the work, and we have a party.
Oh, in other words, free foreign aid, free housing, free food, and you just let the other races be your goyim cattle slaves. Is this correct?
That's what they want, so we let them be that.
And this is what's coming and planned in this country, too, isn't it, the United States?
Well, this country here, we're going to brown this country up. We're bringing all the Mexicans and all the Hispanics across the...
What? Yo, stop it. Stop it. No, thank you, Sister Corinne. That's exactly the video I was looking for. Right? Right? Stop it. You hear what he said a while ago? Did you hear what he said a while ago? When was this video produced? Back in the 90s, 80s? When was this video produced? Huh? Is there running the shadow government? Y'all think this is Trump's doing? I read somewhere a long time ago now that these are the people who are going to mash up America, you know. Mash up America now. And it's Pastor Darby brought it out. They want to go back home. Their home is Ukraine. This is where the people come from. That's the original Khazars. Khazar land, Khazaria. And Trump said, no way. That is why they're putting all their money fighting they're fighting Putin. Putin said, no way. Putin said, y'all are coming back here. But you turn up the heat in this place where they say they're from, which is Gaza and Israel. And now the highest rate of skin cancer is in Tel Aviv. The highest rate of skin cancer is in Tel Aviv. These are the things that I'm telling you now. So it's time for them to go back to the cold. They want to go back home to Ukraine. But Putin said, no way. Now y'all understand the reason why they're fighting Putin for that particular land.
Border, They're interbreeding, especially with a lot of the white women, the shiksas as we call them, and they're interbreeding with them. Pretty soon there won't be a white race, it will be all brown.
And talking about race, you are...
We can get cheaper labor in India. Why should we pay the white race goyim here in America any money when we can make a better deal over there? It's all about shekels.
You know, I want to get into that about shekels and interest and everything, and this is very interesting that you bring it up, because I noticed that there's a lot of investment by Jewish financiers into Asia, most parts of Asia. Now, I also know that Jewry is an Asiatic race. Is this correct?
Well, we're really all over the world, but yeah, I guess you could say we started in Asia.
All over the world.
Yes, that's right. Now, the Hebrews did not start there, and the Israelites didn't start there. You really have no bearing to be in the Hebrews or the Israelites. You are not the dispersed nations, plural, of the tribes of Jacob, who were surnamed Israel. Actually, the con game that you have brought on to this country and the world for many years, and it's been a good con, it's been a good con game, is that you're allegedly God's chosen people.
We are God's chosen people. It's just that most Jews don't like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer.
Your God is gold.
Well, that's what we like, is lots of gold, lots of shekels, some American Express cards. You know, we like to spend, we like to have a good time. We let the goyim do the work, and we have a party.
Oh, in other words, free foreign aid, free housing, free food, and you just let the other races be your goyim cattle slaves. Is this correct?
Oh, boy.
That's what they want, so we let them be that.
And this is what's coming and planned in this country, too, isn't it, the United States?
Well, this country here, we're going to brown this country up. We're bringing all the Mexicans and all the Hispanics across the border. They're interbreeding, especially with a...
Let me tell you something, you know. The reason why America's economy is the way it is because of all the money they were spending on that war in Ukraine, you know. That's the exact reason why they can't even fix the subway, you know. They can't pay workers, that's why they can't even fix a bridge or a road. Them serpent people deceive everybody, you know, and deceive even those people there. Huh? And the first thing they do is to make Trump convert to their religion. Trump is now Jewish. And he's doing exactly what they tell him to do. He's not listening to Netanyahu. Netanyahu is also a puppet. Netanyahu is also a puppet. Huh? The real Canaanites that running the show, they're behind the scene. And they're dictating what to do. Oh boy. Huh? This thing deep, you know. This thing go very, very, very deep. Who you think that same warship that you see? What's the name of it? The YAHUAH? What name? The something Ford? Huh? The something Ford? Go and research who own it. Go and research who owns it. Boy. Ay. Come. I gotta hear this. This is
a lot
for
of the white women, the shiksas as we call them, and they're interbreeding with them. Pretty soon there won't be a white race, it will be all brown.
And talking about race, you are a race, Rabbi Finkelstein, but you are a Heinz 57 mongrel race of Asiatic blood. Is this correct?
Well, there's Jews everywhere in the world. We interbreed with all the good-looking women in every country we go into. All the good-looking women, all they care about is we buy them a few diamonds. Not that they're worth anything. We mark that industry up real big. If the truth be known, we have so many diamonds that if we ever turn loose.
Asiatic mongrel race. Asiatic mongrel race. Canaanites. How deep you want to go in this rabbit hole? How deep you want to go? How deep you want to go? So let's go deep, Moray. Let's go deep. You remember I told you, you need to separate the people from the people group to see who is who? I tell you that guy, he not around now. He don't get brainwashed. Thoughts, Camera, Action did a but you got to give Jack his jacket. Thoughts, Camera, Action did a very, very good study on who the Canaanites were. It's shortly after that particular lesson, he go crazy. It's shortly after that particular unveiling. You understand? That they force him, all of a sudden, he take a trip, go to Africa and come back crazy. What the joke at all? It's after that lesson, even the people and them, the real Canaanites started to type in and say, oh shit, we got found out. We got found out. They finally figured it out. They finally put two and two together. More taking his time to make these things lengthy and long. Coming, want anybody come for me too. Boy. I'm trying to lead you to the right place so you can do your own studies. Huh? I gave you some clues. Yeah, boy. Asiatic mongrel race. Mongrel. What's a mongrel? What is a mongrel? What do you know? Even in the Caribbean, we have that word mongrel. What does mongrel mean? Ah, boy. I mean, I help my people. What does mongrel mean? Y'all help me now. Have you ever heard of mongrel before? For those of you who are from the Caribbean, we love use the word. Okay, I can't let my wife type that. I won't repeat it. But the word mongrel, right? We usually refer to it in the Caribbean for dogs. For dogs. Dogs. Huh? Like a mongrel dog, as separated from who? Yes, Sister Vel. Yeah, separate from the pedigree. Aye. Right? So you don't go, you either get a pure give me some good dog names. A good bull mastiff or a good German shepherd or a good you don't want a mixed breed, you want a pure breed dog, purebred dog, mongrel, lower pedigree. Ay. When YAHUAH came, he said, look, I didn't come but to the house of who? Yasharal. And there was a certain woman, oh boy, who had an issue with blood. A certain woman who, my goodness, wanted to reach out to YAHUAH. And YAHUAH said, let me tell you something, right? My bread is for the pedigree. My food is for the pedigree, not for the dogs. But she was smart. She had strong faith. She took the insult and turned it into an opportunity of blessing. And she said, YAHUAH, even the dogs, eat crumbs. I'll take it. YAHUAH said, my goodness, such faith. My own people, the so-called pedigree, can't get it. I call this woman a dog, and she get it. Ay. When Judah started to intermingle with these Asianic mongrels, they would give them other names too, you know. Like Samaritans. Hey, y'all, how deep y'all want to go? How deep y'all want to go? The Jews didn't hang out with the Samaritans. The Samaritans and them were like mixed babies. They didn't know who, they knew the law. But they didn't know all of Torah. They knew they had to worship the God on the mountain. But they were separated because they were mixed. Oh, boy. Y'all want to go deep? YAHUAH met one of these at the well, and he said, look. Listen. Woman, I'm thirsty. I need something to drink. Remember, you know, we just read that these people will go be among us. They're going to be a thorn in our flesh for almost forever. Until the time of the Gentile is done. They're going to be a thorn in the flesh. Huh? And the woman come and said, how come you, being a Yahudim, ask me for a drink? In other words, she was referring to the inferior and superior complex between the two races. Y'all don't talk to us. Y'all don't mingle with us. When y'all go up the mountain, I'll wait until y'all come and then we go up. Yeah, we know the one who speaks with fire and is on the mountain. So we go up and we worship in our own way. We know we don't have everything right. Because she asked of him, and she said, look, well, at least we know when the Messiah come, he go teach us all things. We don't have everything right, but, you know, we try now because them Jews won't tell us nothing because we're mongrels. Samaritan. Huh? Remember Yahuwah had to give the parable about the Good Samaritan, eh? Huh? Because the Yahudim used to thumb up their noses at the Samaritans and the mongrels. Oh, yeah, hey, look. Oh, boy, it's no wonder we got ourselves in trouble in 400 years of slavery, you know. We used to be just as bad. Yeah, I want me to talk the truth, what? Yeah, I want me to talk the truth, what? We might have done half the evil and the wicked things that these white people have done to us. But we were just as bigot and prejudiced and racist back then too. Ah, boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't want Murray to tell the truth now. That one hurt now. That one hurt now. But listen, right? The mongrels, the original mongrels were the Canaanites. They were the descendants of cursed be Canaan. Cursed. One of the curses, you understand, is that there would be a lesser pedigree and that they would have to serve. You follow me? Serve in the house of Shem. Serve Japhet. Huh? Now to serve. There is a particular people group on this planet today. All they do is serve. Yeah. They serve in the sweatshops, whether it's in China, Indonesia, whether it's in the Philippines, whether it's in Mexico. You understand me, you know? Huh? All of them are Canaanites. And their seed is intermingled with the Khazars. Oh, boy. Yeah, remember, we just read in Judges, every single time something go down, them Canaanites attach themselves to the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Hittites. Oh, boy. The only difference between this particular brand of Canaanite, the Ashkenaz, and the others is that they are rich, and the others are poor. This is why Yahusha came and said, yo, I know the blasphemy of them that call themselves Jews, you know. It's not bother with them. No, oh boy, in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. That's the only difference. But they carry the same blood. They carry that same intermingled blood. The only difference is that they're rich because their father directly is the devil. But all of them worship the dragon. There are certain telltale signs. All of them worship the dragon. There are certain telltale signs of the real Canaanites. The Chinese have something called the Year of the Dragon. Oh boy. Huh? Listen, this is why in China, they don't have democracy. It's bloodline rule China. Oh boy. Yeah, is this mic on? Huh? In Korea, it's bloodline rule Korea. America just happened to go in and cut off Korea into two parts and control the South. But the North, when Kim Jong-un dead, his daughter or his son take over, it's bloodline rule. I want a joke at all. This gonna mess y'all up. This gonna mess you up. It's the same thing in all the Canaanites countries. Bloodline rule. This is why your presidents are not elected, they're selected. Bloodline rule. You find them all in London. Is bloodline rule. In Mexico, nobody with the presidents and so on, and them kind of things, you know. In Mexico, is the cartel run the country. Bloodline rule. And all them will put the tattoo of the dragon on the chest. All them. They'll come now. In China, the biggest sets of Canaanites are the Yakuts. Wait. Oh boy. Listen. Ah boy. The next set are the Triads. Right? Them real mafia gang. And when they open the chest, all them have the dragon tattoo all over them. Yeah, want this lesson or what? Yeah, want this lesson or what? In India, them same set of Canaanites, they worship the dragon too in the form of the snake. That is why they always doing them snake charming stuff. Anyway, you see snake and dragon, it's them. Oh my. Somebody put in the chat more fire, more bring out the truth. Bring out the truth. It's them. Their father is the dragon, the snake. There's certain telltale signs about the Canaanites. The star, the dragon, the snake. What a joke it tal. Y'all want this or what? Huh? They all, you hear the man said, we all over. And Murray can identify them. They all over. They everywhere. Oh my God. So I was wondering, but why them, these people from the Portuguese, they're not quite white, but they're dark-ish. Like the Jew-ish. All of them having Canaanite blood. That is why in the Caribbean, we live amongst the Portuguese. The original slave masters. Oh boy. That still own the majority of the land. All in Barbados, all in Antigua, all in St. Lucia. They are Canaanites. That is why most of them don't go to church. Aye. And if they do go to church, they either be a Catholic or Anglican. Hey, look, y'all ready for this or what, man? Yo. Y'all ready for this or what? Huh? They hide. They will push the Romans and we're Roman Catholic. They push with this, with that. No. They're all Canaanites. They will all secretly worship Baal. When they go home at night, they have the Bible and they have the Talmud right there. And they tied hide now. So they get a Catholic Bible that look just like the Talmud. Y'all want this or what? Aye. So that is why all them religions kind of look the same. Why the Muslim people have rosary? And the Catholic people have rosary. You started to see certain similarities in the religion. Huh? Why? What's up with this incense thing? What is? Huh? What's up with? They do the same thing in Santeria in Mexico. You know, Santeria in Mexico. All of them have same and similar practices. Like in Mexico, they have something called the Day of the Dead. Oh, boy. Huh? They have similar practices, these Canaanites, you know. They love their polytheism, multiple gods. Just like the Indians and the Hindus. So when you hear they open a shop and they start to sell cosmetics, they have 3, 4, 5 gods on the counter there. Just like the same thing Abraham come out of. No, Abraham came out of this with his father, you know. And this is why during YAHUAH's time, they say, hey, our father is Abraham. Yeah, boy. Our father is Abraham, we were never in bondage. Huh? You go into these shops and they have up 3-4 different idols there. Boom. Canaanites is the same thing in Syria. Oh. The original Syrian people are black. Them dark. Look, hey, if you see the pictures of the original Palestinians and the original Syrians, them dark and black. So who them red Syrian be? Who them white Syrian be? Canaanites. And they always make sure they come around us, my friend. My brother. Huh? My friend, my brother. But make the Africans go over, huh? To the Middle East, into these Assyrian countries. And let them sit on the table and let them tell you what they think of you. You're goyim. Ay. And they treat you like goyim, like cattle. You want to horror stories? Huh? The same thing they're doing in Epstein, they do right there in the Middle East. They eat flesh. They eat human flesh. Huh? How much maize they throw off the cattle and abort the babies. And listen. Yeah, you boy. Y'all pray for me now. Y'all pray for me now. Y'all pray for me now. Oh boy, the last thing the devil ever want to get is exposed. Everybody has surface knowledge truth. But when you start to go deep down in the surface to the root of the problem, is trouble. Huh? That's why all of them look the same. Different religion, you know. But it's the same thing. It's Baal worship. And every last one of them secretly sacrifice children. Eh? Especially them people back in India, boy, that sacrifice the children and cut off the hair, the scalp off of the head, and they sacrifice their hair to their gods and then sell them back as weave back to the Caribbean, to the Goyim. Boy, y'all don't want a part of this. Where my gunshot? Where my gunshot? Where my gunshot? Oh my goodness. So now that these people are, this is why they usually set up shop everywhere the Israelites be. That is why Epstein Island right in the middle of the Caribbean. Huh? You don't hear what the little old ugly white man say? We know who you are. We know what the importance of your womb and your seed. We buy it for $100. We buy your egg for $100. Because you have the perfect... They used to be easily identifiable, you know, because they mongrel, Asianic mongrel. But what they do, they find the prettiest woman. Look, if you see how them original Ashkenaz used to look back then, you run, no? Hey? Y'all remember move like Oliver Twist and so? Oliver Twist when they used to, oh my. Look, you remember, look, if you see the pictures of the original Ashkenaz, how they used to look, no? You run, you know? They used to have cartoon caricatures of them back then, you know. When Hitler me at war with them, you know. Even see how they look, you know. But they're rich, they're wealthy. And they will find the prettiest women in all races. He just admitted it there. In all races, so that they could better their seed. So that they now could become pedigree. So unlike the other Canaanites who are descendants of the Jebusites, the Perizzites, and the Amorites, like where Kim Kardashian and them people come from. Huh? They're filthy rich. Oh, boy. And the rest of them are slaves. Still. Servants still. When you go places like Japan and China and you see people living in something like a 2x4 cubicle and can't even talking about how space limited. And they lie about space limited. And they can't up. If some of their whole house big like a bedroom in here. And they have to conserve space. They have them living in some tight squalors. If you want to see real poverty, you know, you need to go to China. They love to highlight Africa now. No, with all them big buildings and things change now in China, there's still certain parts in China where people don't see the light today. Just like Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi look like the most modern, well-developed city. Huh? Oh boy. When you hear nighttime come and you go to the back of Abu Dhabi and you see how they have slaves behind there. Oh yeah. Y'all not ready for this? Y'all not ready for this? Make the man go and talk. Make me go and talk.
The diamonds we have, you can buy them for the same price as a dozen roses. But the women, they like the diamonds. They like the fillets. So we give them the diamonds and the fillets. And we make an appointment with them and we have sex with them. And sometimes we marry them. It doesn't matter because when we want a divorce, we just go to one of our fellow Jew judges and get the divorce. We have a Jew lawyer. She's going to hire a Jew lawyer. Yeah, she's not going to make any shekels, but she can try.
Let me ask you this. This is very interesting. This war in Iraq that took place after the alleged towers of 2001, September 11, 2001, this alleged war, it got very interesting. There were really no Jews in them towers. Can you explain that?
Well, spiritually, there were a lot of Jews in the towers. A lot of Jews died in those towers, spiritually.
Oh, I see. Well, the 3,000 Jews were not at work that day in those towers. That just give a lot of people have the impression that the Jewish population out there in New York, was aware that something was going to happen and they didn't show up for work that day.
Yeah. You see what he did there? New York. New York is actually Jew York. They own New York and New Jersey and Manhattan and Long Island. The Jews own all that. New Jersey, New York, Manhattan, Long Island. Where else? Y'all help me now, especially those of you in the States. Huh? They own all them places there. All them buildings, all them skyscrapers belong to them. The banks, everything. Ay. And lo and behold, when 9/11 happened, none of them Jews were in the building.
Yeah, we got a call from the Kahilla that Ariel and some of the boys in the Mossad, they got together and they wired up the buildings and they took them down. It was going to be a hard thing to take them down anyway because we wanted to build some new structures and the buildings were getting old and it was time to bring them down. This way, we make some shekels by destroying the building. Old Silverman, who's a good friend of mine there, Larry, he got a twofer. He got a 2-for-1 there and he doubled the insurance magically just 3 months before it happened. And then he got a 2-for hit on it, so he made like 4 times his money. I should have been in on the deal. He asked me, but I said, I don't know. Let me think about it. It took a little too long for me to think about it, and he pulled the plug. He pulled it, as they say, and so the buildings come down. But at least I got in on the market, and I was short American Airlines. I was short United Airlines. I was short Lloyd's of London Insurance Company because they took a big hit. Allianz Insurance Company, I was short them. So I made a few chuckles.
Well, let me ask you this. There's a lot of speculation here. I know that the Jews are thieves and liars of any moral society. Now, I want to thank you for coming on tonight and talking to me, because I also know that there's no conscience among Jewry. And Rabbi Finkelstein, it doesn't matter what I say to you, it's going to bounce off you like water off a duck's back, right?
Well, Jews always feel guilt. We've always felt the guilt. We have a conscience.
The only conscience you have is when you can't steal all the money from anyone or any country.
Well, you're hitting a little close to home, but you're correct.
Now, on a lot of food labels, there's a U and a K. And this U and K on all food labels, for example, that are sold in supermarkets, etc., is this a Jewish tax that is paid to, like, rabbis like you all over the United States? Is that another con job at the expense of the goyim, the masses who purchase the product?
Well, I didn't get in on that one, but yeah, it's a lot of other rabbi groups. They tax the food, and you could call it a tax. You're entitled to make money where you can make money. If nobody stops you, you make the money. And but the goyim, they're the cattle. The white race out there, they're the goyim, they're the cattle. And so if we want to make money off of feeding our cattle, who's to say that that's wrong?
Well, let me ask you, what's the greatest fear of the people that you have in your syndicate synagogue, Rabbi Finkelstein? What is the greatest fear that the Jews in mass are facing on the East Coast?
Well, the worst thing is if we hang around. Our old buddy up there in the Federal Reserve, Allen, he's going to pull the plug on this U.S. dollar. And we want to make sure that we're into Swiss francs or into euros or Japanese yen or something before that happens. We'll get the call from the Kahilla. We're liquidating now, little by little. A couple of other...
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So right off the bat, you are hearing them saying, yeah, yeah, yeah. What are they? Yeah, they're both insulting each other in a nice way, though. Huh? Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. Huh? They know exactly what they are looking to. And this is like 2002, 2003. Right? They were looking to destroy the dollar even then. And to destroy the dollar, you have to start that early. You don't destroy a mega economy like the United States, which are the quote unquote the leaders of the free world, overnight. It took time. It took decades of destruction. All right, from within for this to happen, and they are making it very clear that they want to destroy America. So now, with that being said, you got to look and see all these little things that are happening behind the scenes. Is who? Is who? One of the parts in the cards. Boy, let me see if I can pull it back up. Let me see if I can pull it back up. That whole card story there now. Oh boy, let me see if I can pull it back up. Let me see if I can pull it back up. Give me 1 sec there, fam. Right. Boy, Vexen, I had it there now. Download the 4K. All right, here we go. One of the segments there in that whole card monopoly with them so-called trying to predict the future. All right, let me set this thing straight. Hallelujah. All right. Set this thing straight. Here we go.
Maybe they control the media, the politicians in Hollywood.
Right? One of the scenes. Right? Let me see if I get to it. Let me see if I can find it. Find one of them so-called Illuminati predictive programming or plan programming cards. Did I pass it? Yep. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Uh-huh. Let me see if it's close to the end. Let me see.
Whispering campaign. Xanadu, and that's it. That's all I got.
I missed it. Let me see if I can find it. But one of the cards that he had in this whole Illuminati card game of their predictive programming. There it is. But let me just play this section here. Here we go, fam.
Imposters. Woo. Intellectuals. Joggers. Junk mail. You know, if there was no junk mail, there'd be no post office, would there? Ketchup is a vegetable. Now, that is somewhat humorous, too.
It's blood.
Kinder and gentler. That's what we need. We all need to be a little more kinder and gentler, don't we? Followed by lawyers, the opposite of that. We got some vampires.
The vampires. The vampires. That's exactly where we are right now. The vampires that are being exposed right now. And that is the one thing that is going to get both black and white people to organize. We're going to realize for once in our life we have a common enemy. Boy. We're going to realize that the 1%ers that run this world are bloodsuckers, cannibals, people who desire to destroy our children no matter what color. They leech off a hard-working people, and they proudly brag they don't work. Because, look, it's now the white people have started to realize, say, Tal, I'm better off than the black people in them. Tal, man, we have a real enemy within. Huh? It's gonna happen. No, I didn't need no stupid predictive programming Illuminati. Huh? To tell me what's about to happen. My Bible tells me that. Oh, boy. My Bible tells me that. How are we going to deal with these people? How are we going to deal with these Canaanites? Huh? Watch you know. Watch you know. All out there now. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Go to 2nd Esdras 15. 2nd Esdras 15. Right? You find that also in the King James version online. 2nd Esdras chapter 15. Hallelujah. Where's my split cam now? There you are. What you doing all the way down there? I don't know. 2nd Esdras. Alright. 2nd Esdras chapter 15. Hallelujah. Alright. Let me see what's going on here. Alright. We want the King James Standard. Right? Specifically, hallelujah. Give me 1 second here, fam. Specifically, we want verse 17. But let's see if we can read close to that. Let's see if we can read close to that. Right? But we start from verse 5. And we just read the whole thing. See, behold, speak down the ears of my people the words of prophecy which I will put in my mouth, said Yahuwah, and cause them to be written in paper, for they are faithful and true. Fear not the imaginations against thee. Let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against thee. For the unfaithful shall die in their unfaithfulness. Behold, saith Yahuwah, I will bring plagues upon the world. This is how you know this is not the first Egypt. Who did he bring plagues on the first time? Egypt. Huh? Where we scattered now? In the four winds, in the whole world. So where you bring the plagues? Every place we're scattered, the whole world. Now Revelation start to make sense. Behold, said Yahuwah, I will bring plagues. The first time he brought how much plagues to Egypt? Yeah, help me. How many plagues? How many plagues did he bring to Egypt? Behold, said Yahuwah, I will bring plagues upon the whole world. The sword, the famine, death, and destruction. And you can go and read Revelations to back this up. Huh? For wickedness had exceedingly polluted the whole earth. Now we know wickedness be. My goodness. Eating babies. Huh? Sodomizing men, women, and children. Burying them alive. Hey, look. I tell y'all some stuff I want to show y'all and I can't do it, you know. Huh? Huh? 10 plagues. For wickedness had exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are fulfilled. Therefore said Yahuwah, I will hold my tongue no more. Tired. As touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit, neither will I suffer them in those things, in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me. Ah, boy. The innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me. Oh boy. Ah, boy. Let's see if we can make this make sense.
I eat children. How old are you?
12.
Piece of blood. And put it on my face.
I eat children. How old are you?
12.
Oh, okay. Only to 10.
What are you pushing into the skin? Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores. But what is it? It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract. It's foreskin from a Korean baby. That's what it is.
Mercy Yahuwah. Mercy Yahuwah.
Remember the movie Men in Black where they erase your memory and send you back home? Well, that's a real thing, and Epstein was all over it. In multiple emails, he's referring to a plant called Angel's Trumpet, which contains scopolamine, and here's what it does. No more free will, memory loss, and hallucinations. In other words, you do what you're told, and you won't remember it. Historically, this drug was used by the CIA for mind control experiments like MKUltra. Epstein even said in an email that it can be blown in the face of a passerby, and within minutes, that person is under the effect. In Colombia, they call it the devil's breath. Vice made a whole documentary explaining how tourists got robbed and raped using that drug. There's also a movie called Blink Twice that tells the story of women going to a billionaire's island and given that drug through a perfume before being raped. Hollywood is always telling us, but just like adrenochrome, we're taking it as entertainment and not paying attention. Even Ariana Grande said in a clip that they wiped out her memory. That's not a coincidence. And as long as the DOJ keeps ignoring the names we see in the emails, makes no significant arrest, and keeps protecting these pedophiles, we can only assume that our government is either completely blackmailed or run by pedophiles. Either way, their time is coming to an end.
In a ritual where a person is being programmed to put in a Kabbalah template, they may take the person, tie them down, and pull their arm out of their shoulder socket, dislocate it, torture them in that state, and then put the bone back in. No drugs, no any painkillers, nothing. You're torturing the person, you are tearing their body apart, you're putting it back in. They may, for the heart, do something that causes the person to die. They actually kill them in the ritual. The heart stops. Then they use magic, demons, and maybe some actual pads, put it on a chest, bring the person back to life, and then continue the torture and the ritual. When they're doing yesod, the part that maps to the sex organs, for lack of better words, the kind of sexual tortures that they will do to a person or a child or a baby, 3 months old, are so graphic, I'm not going to say it on the podcast, but they are opening gates through torture and evil and bloodshed and the most heinous crimes against humanity in the process of installing this template into people for its power and its ability to have all kinds of mind control applications anchored into it and other things. In the world of sorcery, Kabbalah is at the top when it comes to powerful templates with which to work.
These are stories from victims that you've personally talked to.
100%.
One people. Kabbalah, Talmud, Satanist, Zionism, one people, all them Canaanites, and they work for the devil. They're children of the devil. Abia said, therefore said Yahuwah, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit, neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me. And the souls of the just complain continually. Oh, yeah. And therefore, this is 2nd Esdras 15, verse 9. And therefore said YAHUAH, I will surely avenge them for dead, and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. This is Baal worship, slaughterhouse. This is Molech worship, a slaughterhouse. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. Remember we're in Egypt again, you know. I'm going to show you all a map, you know. I was going to show you all a map. I was going to make everything make sense again. Anyway, let me keep reading. But I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite Egypt with plagues. And smite Egypt with plagues as before. Boy. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me see if y'all on to what's going on here. Where was Egypt the first time? Where was Egypt the first time? Let me see if anybody get this. Where was Egypt the first? Where was the first Egypt? Where was the first Egypt? Boy, let me see if anybody get this. Come on now. Let me see if anybody get this. Where was the first Egypt? Let me see now. Let me see now. Let me type in this thing. Hey, can anybody help me? Where was the first Egypt? La di da di da di da di da di da da di da di da di da. Let me pull this up right here. I'm gonna make this thing make sense. Right? We're gonna make this thing make sense. Hold on a second. Right? Let me save this image here. I want to pull this up so this thing will make sense to you. Right? Bear with me 1 second. Murray is a thorough. Somebody said Ethiopia. I see Middle East. I see Mesopotamia. I see Kemet. Oh boy, I'm gonna mess y'all up right now. Pull it up, pull it up. Let me just get this picture up. Let me just get this picture up. All right. Let me just get this picture up one time. Oh, come on. Let me get this picture up. I'm gonna jog your brain. I'm gonna boy. Gonna hurt your brain with this one. Yeah, I want this picture here too. Stand by there, fam. Stand by there, fam. How do I save this one here now? Yep. Okay. How do I? Expand, you know. All right. Stand by there, fam. Okay, good. Now, let's see if I can pull this picture up. Let's see if I can pull this picture up. All right, see if I can pull this picture up. All right, here we go. Can you see the picture on the screen, family? Y'all never wondered. Has it never dawned on you why the shape of Brazil literally, come on, let me bring it up here. Can you see the picture? Put a 1 in the chat. Ah, boy, oh boy. The truth is stranger than fiction. Y'all never wondered, why is it that South America, the lines of South America, seem to fit Africa? Oh boy. Oh boy. Do you know that the earth was one? The Bible did tell you about this. I don't have no gunshots. So y'all have to put the more find the bombs in the chat for me today. The Bible, the earth was one, you know. People went to the east, people went to the west, people went south. When Abia was dividing up land, people went east, west, and south. I've been telling nobody cross over in the ship. Oh boy, I take my time, JP. I take my time, JP. Yeah? I know it's late, you know. Y'all want to go sleep? Or y'all want this food? Don't tell me. There's a reason why the lines of South America seem to mirror that of Africa. It don't end there. Oh boy. It don't end there. You see, oh Lord, come on, open up, man. Open up. Come in clean. They're hiding all them stuff from y'all, you know. This is the best I can do for now. This here. Oh boy. Let me bring this up right. Bring this across here, so. Bring that across. Yeah, I can see the mouse pointer there. Can you see the mouse? If you can see the mouse pointer going in a circle, put a 1 there. I have to make sure. Yeah, I can see the mouse pointer. Put a 1. If you see the mouse moving. Good. Very good. This is America. And it attaches perfectly to the top part of Africa, the motherland. Oh, yeah, yeah. All this landmass was one. Before the great flood and the great earth. Before Abiyah brought the flood, go back and read the scriptures. There was a great earthquake, a chasm. Water came from above and water came from beneath. And this is what caused the separation. I want to joke it. Tell me here and see again. But they didn't split apart and just go where they go just so one time. You have to go back and read Noah. Noah and water for 40 days and 40 nights. So look, this thing deep, you know. This thing deep. It's a lot of stuff they're hiding from you. Lots of stuff they're hiding from you. They don't want y'all to know. There was another great earthquake again. Right? Another great earthquake again. I'm trying to explain to you that these earthquakes are formed by Abiyah's sea creatures. Oh, yeah. Leviathan and Behemoth. Look, y'all ready for this, you know? Y'all ready for this, you know? The Bible also talk about hell coming to meet you quickly. There's stuff happening on the ground. Even scientists would tell you these islands were formed by volcanoes. You thought that these islands would just pop up, they were just here all the time. No. Oh, boy. So, what is the point am I trying to make? What's the point I'm trying to make? Y'all don't get it now. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it yet. If Brazil, South America was attached to Africa, and the America was attached to Africa, and it was one landmass, it would make sense that they found all the pyramids in North and South America. That was Egypt originally. Yeah. So we left from Egypt, out of Egypt, and we went into our lands. Into the promised land. We walked from here, come over here. Into the promised land. We were in Egypt before, where they still have the most pyramids. In the whole of the Americas. All this was Egypt. Look, you see this here, right here, attached to here too. Listen, y'all, oh boy. So this is why Abia say, they go back to Egypt again, but they're not going to walk this time. They go in ships. Where my gunshot? Where is my gunshot? When I need it? You're going to return back to Egypt again, but this time you're going ship because it's separated. Oh my goodness. All the pyramids in South America and North America. All. The majority of them are down there. That is why you think it's joke they were making when they name places in America Memphis? I'm gonna joke it, tal. You think it's joke they're making when in places in Las Vegas they have Egyptian pyramids and Egyptian. Listen, look, Linda, listen. You think it's joke they're making? It's the same place. It's the same place. We were here before. Our ancestors were, our forefathers were here before. We could walk from here, go to the promised land, but now it's separated. So Abia said, they're going to go back to Mizraim. They're going to go back to Egypt again, but this time in ships. What the joke you tal. Huh? No, it making sense. No, it making sense. We in Egypt. So Abia say, I go send the plagues right back here again. Ooh. I go send the plagues. Ooh, boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is why you think they don't. You see that place they call Los Angeles? The city of angels? Y'all ready for this, you know? Y'all ready for this, you know? And you have some foolish Israelite camp people talking about America, the promised land. America is Mizraim. America is Egypt. Spiritual Babylon. That's why we came back here again to be tormented. Oh, gosh. But this time we couldn't walk. Huh? We were brought over in ships. All them Caribbean islands are broken off Egypt. Yo! We're still part of the landmass. So all the Caribbean getting judgment same way like America. Same way like Brazil. You see, y'all don't want me to start talking about Los Angeles, you know. We're not going to leave here tonight. Y'all don't want me to talk about the canyon either. We're not going to leave here tonight. So just leave that alone. Y'all don't want me to start talking about Yellowstone. We're not going to leave here tonight. We're not going to leave here tonight. If I start talking about Yellowstone, we're not going to leave here tonight. If you want some clues, go back and watch the movie 2012. Go back and watch the movie 2012. Oh, yeah. The truth stranger than fiction. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. Y'all didn't know, did you? We're right in Egypt. Huh? We are right in Egypt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, have mercy. You know the irony about it, you know, Africa cracking up again as we speak. Do you know Africa is cracking up again? Go and research which part Africa is cracking up again. Did the crack just as Africa cracking up now, did the crack just happen in 2 days, 3 days? Or it happened over time? Huh? And even when the crack is going to be completely opened, the landmass can just float and go away just so. There have to be events for it to move apart again. It's happening right. Abia is showing us the truth. Abia is revealing the truth right in front of our eyes right now. That is why when you go under the water, you can still find cities. Everything's still kind of connected. Look, oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. That separation was so that we wouldn't have a clue. When Abia put us in this bondage, we had to forget him as our God, our heritage, our culture. We had to forget everything. What best way than to separate us by water from the place where we came? My goodness, the Africans and them didn't even come back for us. Why? Let me end it right there. That's enough. That's enough to bust y'all head for tonight. Give you something to think about. Right? Now you're starting to get to know that the unknown God is known to us, and he's sovereign. And no matter what these false prophets, these false priests, these imposters say, they will never overcome us. They will never be us. And when we take up our rightful place as rulers, kings and queens of the world again, everybody can be happy. And with the business, if they're not happy, you know, we are going to be with our king. And all will be well with us and our people again. Who are come with us, come. With a business if you're white, black, green, yellow, come. We're not going to treat you like no goyim. We know how to treat servants. We're not going to look down on you like how you've been looking down on us for years. So don't feel no way. Just come. Come. Wash your robe, repent, and come. Because the truth is, we were worshiping Baal with you. So we were not no better. Yeah, we didn't sacrifice no children. We might not have done all them wicked, evil things that you were doing. But it's because we turned from our Elohim why we in this mess in the first place. More spend all these hours to show you this evil, only to tell you about the good. And Yah is still faithful. Yah is still on the throne. And he promised never to leave us nor forsake us. In fact, he gonna bring us back. Look. I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood among them. Behold, my people is led as a flock to a slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt, but I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite Egypt with plagues as before. Boy. Same place, different time. And will destroy all the land thereof. Egypt shall mourn, and the foundations of it shall be smitten with the plague and punishment that Yah shall bring upon it. They that till the ground shall mourn for their seed shall fail through the blasting and hail, and with fear and constellation. I hear Cat Williams make a joke there. But no, yeah, sending home the Mexicans. Huh? Who go pick the food out of the field? Surely not the black people. We don't have 400 years credit. Now I'll go back there again. So now we're counting on you, our white friends. Huh? Make a joke. Because ultimately, you know, they think that they're going to have the machine power to do it. They're going to have a rude awakening, you know. Starvation coming to America. Huh? Abia said, they that till the ground shall mourn. One of the plagues is famine, you know. Huh? For their seeds shall fail through the blasting and hail, and with a fearful constellation. Ah, boy. Ah, boy. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. I don't want to be here. Especially anywhere near Egypt, aka Babylon. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. It's famine. The seed, if you can't plant food, how you can eat? For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up and fight against another. Civil war, and swords in their hands. For there shall be sedition. Ay, 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 ay. Sedition among men. Huh? Can you say the Confederacy can rise up against the liberals? And invading one another, they shall not regard their kings nor princes. Huh? And the course of their action shall stand in their power. I see something going on with Trinidad and Guyana now, you know. Some kind of man get deported from Guyana, and now Trinidad. I don't know how the story go. Some artists went down to Guyana. No one got deported back. Right? And I see a little rift happening between Trinidad and Guyana. I'll come back and talk about it another time. But I'm going to show you how the disunity is going to happen even in the Caribbean. Abia is stirring up the pot to get his people out. Who wants to stay, let them stay. But Abia is going to make things very uncomfortable for his chosen and his elect. They shall not regard their kings. Huh? There shall be sedition among men. All them Epstein file coming out. All them Epstein's file coming out. And all people don't want to even hear about no war right now. All people want to know who touched the children. We'll kill you. And invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes. Huh? They shall not regard their king or princes. Let me... They're feeling the heat right now. They're feeling the heat. Hold on there. Wait. Oh, boy. That's not the video I want. Man, they're not giving them no reprieve. Watch it.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? What's your reaction?
Looking for something that happened with Bandy today. I vexed bad, you know. Anyway, it's alright. They shall not regard their kings nor their princes. Aye, 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 aye. And the course of their actions shall stand in their power. Oh, what that look like? Huh? Sister Corinne, send me the video I was looking for here. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Let me see if I can play it here. Hold on here.
Work schedules and found the sweet spot, 40 hours. Not because it's optimal for product.
Let me see if I can optimize it a kind of way here. Oh, boy.
Activity because it's optimal for control.
Y'all can hear?
Let's do the math. 40 hours work, 10 hours commuting, 56 hours sleeping, 14 hours for eating, showering, basic survival. That's 120 hours, leaving you 48 hours of free time. Except you're exhausted. So you spend Saturday recovering from the week and Sunday dreading Monday. Your weekend isn't freedom. It's recovery time, so you can do it again. Monday morning, the alarm goes off, and you feel it, that existential dread. 5 days until freedom. 5 days of giving your life away. For what? A paycheck that disappears instantly. Rent, bills, food, loans. Nothing left. You want to start that business? Too tired. Learn that skill? Too tired. Build that project? Too tired. That's not an accident. That's the design. If you had energy left over, you'd leave. If you had money left over, you'd build something. If you had time left over, you'd organize. They can't let that happen. So they found the formula. Just enough money to survive, just enough time to not completely break, just enough energy to come back tomorrow, but never enough to escape. And then they tell you, work hard for 45 years, then you can retire. So you do it. You trade your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s for a paycheck. And at 65, you're free. Except your body's broken, your energy's gone. You spent your best years building someone else's dream, and your freedom came too late to use it. The 40-hour work week isn't about productivity, it's about compliance. Keep you tired, keep you poor, keep you busy. Too exhausted to think, too broke to leave, too busy to organize. That's not employment, that's control. And you'll do it for the next 45 years. Unless you break or escape. But you won't, because you can't afford to. That's the trap.
All right. They shall not regard their king. Ah, boy. They shall not regard their king nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. People could start to realize we were slaves. You remember the Matrix in the movie? Take the yellow pill out of the red pill. We were slaves. Ah, boy, all along. We have the power now. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. Right? Boy, we got some real spamming going on here, boy. The bats of them coming out, boy. I just mentioned them ish people. And it's happening. Ay, 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 ay. Some serious batting going on here, boy. Oh boy, Alec, come to me while I do task camera action, please. Yeah. Be my shield and my protector and my guide. Let no weapon form against me prosper. Abba, yeah. Oh, let me speak freely. Let me speak freely. Have your perfect way with me, Abba, yeah. Hallelujah. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. For because of their pride, the city shall be troubled. Shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread, and for great tribulation. That is where we are coming to right now. We'll continue. Now allow them bats to come and mash up this lesson. All right? So in that regard, right? In that regard, shalom, family. Yes, I did do a lesson, and somebody was asking what lesson about what? The location of the... I did, you know. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That is only my opinion. Okay? I have no specifics. I know where we came from, according to the history books. Right? I know where we are now, sorry. And I know where we came from. But as this, and that's where we're going back to the wilderness. That is why Abiyah is opening up both Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And now he's going to open up Chad. They took us from Negro land. So we have to go back to Negro land. Right? That is where Abiyah is going to constitute us as in the wilderness. Where the promised land is, I speculate. I'm not one to jump and talk about, oh, it's the original Israel, oh, it's Ethiopia, oh, it's so and so and so. I am still not convinced. Because the Bible said the place is desolate. The Bible said it's desolate. You know what desolate mean? Use the word desert and make sense out of it. Desert places. I'm getting closer to figure out where it is, but at the same time, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I couldn't care less where we're going, as long as we get there. Because YAHUAH said he will guide us through, he will guide us there. His angels will gather us. What are they going to gather us and left us? Oh, you walk so, you walk so. No, the way will be pointed out. And it's more fun not knowing, to tell the truth. Huh? Look, sometimes it's not the destination alone, you know, it's a journey. It's the journey. We don't have to know everything. Ah, boy. Hey? The one thing you have to make sure is that you have a ticket. The one thing that you have to make sure is that you don't get left back here in Egypt. Long as we get there, man. That's the most important thing. I couldn't... Look, listen. Right? I couldn't care less where it is. So long as it's not here. And we got to go. Because over here getting burned down. All them islands from Antigua go all the way down to Jamaica and Trinidad. Every last one of them, the Bible said the islands go fled away. You're going to be washed away. None of us going to be here in the near future. Huh? So the idea of building here in the Caribbean long term is futile, you know. It's really futile, you know. And Abiyah will give us signs and warnings, you know. But we don't listen. How many know that, look, nobody with them on this global warming thing, you know. The sea around us is eroding. We don't have much sea now, you know. Very few places have good sand and sea, you know. The water coming in on us right now as we speak. in the Caribbean. Huh? It almost is either we sinking or the water come up higher. What do you think? Abby, just give us warnings, you know. Oh, what a joke, tal. Huh? Obviously, give us one look. I love look. I believe I live in one of the best places on earth. Huh? I love to be in the islands. If you're from Jamaica, you don't see nothing so beautiful. If you're from St. Vincent, you never see nothing so beautiful. If you're from Barbados, look, the islands are a special place. That's why these white people spend ton of money to come here. Huh? Lots of money to come here. But we're limited in resources. We're limited in growth. When we start to populate the place now and so on, man, listen, man. I'll be saying, look, time to go. Time to go. And especially now we have the mindset where we're not westernized anymore. Anywhere I go in and travel right now is Africa. Anywhere I go in and travel is the West. I had a visa, for instance, when I was 10 years old. Never renewed it. Last time I've been to America was 10. I never had the inclination to go to the West. Huh? Love traveling to the Caribbean. Love going other places. Huh? Venezuela, Cuba. That was always in me. Huh? The 2 times I go to America, the one time was fine when I was younger. And man, as I got older, no man. I was always this free thinker. Never wanted to be bogged down by the system and say we have to go here, we have to go there. Never wanted to. And especially now that I understand what's going on in the world, what's I don't want to go there. And I'm knocking those of you who went and made a better life for yourselves. More power to you. It's not easy to pack up and leave and start over. Right? Like, take a lot of courage to do them sort of things. Right? More power to you. But now that we all woke and we see how they treat us in America, how they treat us in England, how they even treat you in Canada. Huh? It's time for you to make better decisions about the projection of your future, especially if you have young children. Start looking towards the East because the West is going to be destroyed. Any dinner America, oh boy, yeah. If the Jews, if the same Canaanites looking to clear out and go to greener pastures, why you staying? They know what's coming. They know exactly what's happening. They know what's coming. They're the ones who are orchestrating secretly the demise of America, you know. Oh my goodness. Huh? Organizing these things. So as much as you love Jamaica, as much as you love Antigua, as much as you love Barbados, much as you love Grenada and Trinidad, the Bible says all these islands, go read in Isaiah, I go read it in Revelations, go be fled away. They could be flattened, washed away. We have to leave. This is a part of the gathering process for YAHUAH to go back to Zion. Going back to Zion. No rapture business. We're going back to Zion. Going back to where we belong. No. While we're in the wilderness, Abiyah is preparing the place for us. Wherever the place is, we're going to be happy, man. Just relax. Some of you are going to be shocked where the place is. Some of you are going to be shocked where the Gentiles are oh boy, occupying our land. Let me be shocked to know. I don't know. I don't purport to know. I just want to get there. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. But in the meantime, until I'm wrong to visit the motherland, come on, man. Go visit places where people look just like you. We spend all this money going to places where people don't look like us and treat us like dogs. And spend our money there still. Come on now, man. Huh? Go, if you have the money, go visit. I can't wait for them to get their act together and have direct flights from the Caribbean to Africa. We still have to go through the UK to get to Africa. And now you have to apply and get a eSIM visa first before you can go to the UK. You can't even enter the plane. They go kick you off. Huh? I think once a month now, they can move from here, go straight. So if there's one thing I applaud the leaders in the Caribbean for, is to try to really bridge that gap between the Caribbean and Africa. That's a good thing, right? Especially with Liat. I think you can fly from Antigua to Africa, or send kids to Africa, or from Barbados to Africa once a month, right? And hopefully they should be able to bridge that gap more and more. So at least we're gonna go over and visit and check out the place, and and see what, and even the same guy there who I was playing there says there's lots of opportunities there. Lots of opportunities there, right? But don't rush to do not, you scope out everything, because you are in the whole world in trouble. The whole world in trouble. Nowhere safe. Nowhere safe, the whole world in trouble. But Abiyah will start to lead us to safety. There's a difference, Like you're in a hurricane, you're in the midst of a hurricane, and you're not safe in the low-lying area. If we move you from the low-lying area and bring it to a higher ground, into safety, into a safer house, in a minute out of the hurricane, you're in a safer place. That's exactly when Abiyah said, look, man, let he who in the field no go back. Why you want to go back to the hot spot for? Run to safety. You understand? The whole world will be up in arms. But Abiyah will take us to safety so that we are able to endure to the end. He that endures to the end shall be saved. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. May I bless y'all and keep y'all. It's been a long night. I didn't plan to stay this long, Yeah, boy, y'all have me on. Didn't plan to stay this long at all. Look at it. How long we on? Another 5 hours. Oh boy, another 5 hour lesson again. Hallelujah. I'm so glad that y'all stayed up with me. And I just let you know I appreciate you. And I hope that this lesson was a blessing to you. And all I ask you to do is to share it. Right? And continue to pray. Pray earnestly for the Murray and his family. And pray that Abiyah continue to keep us in his way. Right? May Abiyah bless you and keep you. May Abiyah make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May Abiyah lift his countenance towards you, give you his peace now and forevermore. May all of Abiyah's people say, hallelujah. Shalom. Shalom, and have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. And go to work tomorrow with a smile on your face. Make sure Abiyah wakes up tomorrow, have your devotions, and go over some of these scriptures again to encourage you that even though the end is near, Abiyah's got your back. Hallelujah. Shalom, family, and have a wonderful evening.
You know what they say, no one's perfect. Well, neither am I, and I guess that's why nothing's working. They say God is good, but how can that be? It fills out the proof. If you want to see, just look at me. I'm trying to walk on, yeah. Water. Every step I take, I I start to think this is impossible. Yeah. Like I'm trying to walk on water. Every move I make, I start to sink. This is improbable. Preachers say just have faith, but what does that mean? 'Cause I believe, and all these bad things are still happening to me. You say to try to walk right, you say to try to live safe, but there's a storm in your life, and it seems you've been fighting all your days. All your days you're trying to walk on water. Hey, every step that you take, it's easy to think this is impossible. Still you're trying to walk on water. Every move you make, it feels like you're sinking, and it's improbable.